Hello, I'm Jennifer Joy, author of Once Upon a Compromise. If you've been listening along with me here, thank you. Please show your support by liking this video and subscribing to my channel. And if you're new, welcome. I'm so glad you found your way here. Now stay tuned at the very end for a peek behind the curtain, the real-life stories that inspired Darcy's wooing scenes. You'll only hear them here on this channel. Happy listening.
Once Upon a Compromise by Jennifer Joy. Read by Harry Frost. Chapter 1. Unmarried gentlemen who wish to remain single know better than to stand in the same place for too long. Being such a man, and bearing a target enlarged by my fortune, privilege, and societal connections, I had by necessity become accomplished at avoiding the usual snares, ploys, and ambushes to be found at a ball. Weaving around servants carrying trays, gossips whispering behind fans, and flowers sprouting from vases, I crossed Netherfield Park's entrance hall without stopping. I noticed everyone without making eye contact with anyone. I had hoped a sojourn in the country would release me from the obligation to attend any such gathering, but I had underestimated my friend Bingley's sociable nature. His neighbours begged for a ball, and he had eagerly complied. He enjoyed them. I did not. Balls were society-approved traps, and I, Fitzwilliam Darcy, would be no one's prey. I had become adept at anticipating the conniving matrons' snares and foiling their schemes. Not even in the country could I be complacent. My feet continued moving, my gaze watching, my senses alert for the next deception. The night was young, and already I was weary. Spotting one particularly ambitious mother with no less than 5 daughters to marry off, I crossed the room to avoid her. Her ruddy complexion and slurred speech were evidence that Mrs. Bennet must be well into her cubs. Mr. Bennet was nowhere near. His apathetic indolence was the direct opposite of his wife's vulgar determination. I did not understand why he had accompanied his family this evening when he would not trouble himself to check their behaviour. The Bennets' 2 youngest girls, Miss Kitty, as I had heard her family call her, and Miss Lydia, giggled and bounced about. Their juvenile attempts to display their supposed desirability to all the men in attendance exemplified how unfit they were to be out in society. The 3rd Bennet daughter, Miss Mary, was no coquette, a point that ought to have done her credit. I usually applauded a young lady's efforts to improve herself. However, after only one turn at the pianoforte, it was painfully apparent that Miss Mary possessed more vanity than good taste, and more self-righteousness than grace. She sat against the wall, biding her time until she could assault the ears of those assembled with a performance no one else desired, and neither of her parents would prevent. Miss Jane Bennet, the eldest daughter, danced with Bingley, adding kindling to Mrs. Bennet's increasingly vociferous claims that there would soon be a wedding at Netherfield. I realized that I must warn my friend. Miss Bennet's smiles were plentiful, and her pleasant character seemed genuine, but did her quiet charm outweigh the uproarious deficiencies of her family? More importantly, I doubted that she had a strong attachment to Bingley. 4 couples down the line stood the second-born Bennet, Miss Elizabeth. Like her eldest sister, I had found her conduct above reproach, far superior to that of the rest of her family. Presently, Miss Elizabeth looked as though she wished to be anywhere but where she was, dancing with an oafish clergyman whose unfaltering gaze followed her. He spoke as she bobbed her head to the rhythm, her lips looking to count the steps, until her partner turned the wrong way and they collided. Perhaps I would do her a kindness and ask her to dance with me. I dismissed the thought immediately, disturbed that it had even occurred to me. Her gaze looked past her partner through the crowd, seeking someone. Despite my better judgment, I stood taller, though I towered above everyone. For a moment our eyes met, and before I could stop myself, I smiled. Her brow furrowed, and she continued her search. I scowled and turned away, feeling foolish. My vanity felt the blow keenly, and the suspicion that she overlooked me in favour of George Wickham burned in my gut. She thought him a fine cut of a gentleman, such was the perfidy of his deception. but I knew him for the unrepentant reprobate he was. If Wickham thought he could sneak uninvited into Bingley's ball and I would not notice, I would prove him wrong. He had been warned. Wolves travel in packs, so I kept an eye on Wickham's friends, Mr. Denny and Mr. Chamberlain. When Mr. Denny left his partner and looked over his shoulder before stepping onto the balcony, my instincts told me to follow. Nothing good ever happened on a dark balcony. Skirting around the lines of dancers, I left the ballroom and found my nemesis in a dark corner, leaning against a giggling mass of muslin. Nausea surged through me, quickly squelched with pure, fiery rage. Her gloveless hands circled around his neck in a manner similar to what I had seen that odious day I had chanced upon Wickham attempting to seduce my little sister. I had sworn that I would never waste another second on that wastrel, but I could not allow him to ruin a lady at Bingley's ball. Mr. Denny stood guard to my right, no doubt to dissuade anyone from drawing near and spoiling Wickham's fun. I came at him from the side. After one look at me, Denny held his hands up in surrender and retreated without argument. Wickham made friends easily, but he did not keep them long enough to earn their loyalty. "Come with me," Wickham mumbled between kisses at the lady's neck, "to the pretty little gazebo in the garden." Without hesitation, I grabbed him by the collar and pried him off the lady. So inappropriately close as Wickham was to her, he tripped over her skirts and fell to the ground. His feet kicked free of the fabric wound around his ankles, while Miss Lydia Bennet whined. Miss Lydia? She was but a child. My grip tightened around his collar, my fury boiling. Quickly, before I was tempted beyond reason to respond in an ungentlemanly fashion and attract attention that would ignite a scandal, I hauled the despicable fiend to his feet and dragged him toward the garden steps that would take him away from the house. "You will leave immediately." He stumbled forward. "You twisted my ankle." How easily he made me the villain. Wickham had never learned to accept the consequences of his actions when he could cast the blame elsewhere. "You should not have come." I was done with him. I released my hold, and he stumbled forward. He held onto the ledge surrounding the stairs, holding himself up. "Is this how it is to be? You follow me around and ruin my life?" "You do that well enough on your own." As if I did not have better things to do than center my life around him. I took a threatening step toward him, willing to walk him all the way back to his regiment's camp in Meryton if necessary. Fortunately, he scrambled down the steps on his own and staggered away into the darkness. Only a coward would have misinterpreted my gesture, fearing what he deserved. Wickham would call me a menacing bully, not to my face, of course, but to whoever would listen to him. My reputation as a gentleman would protect me, as would the satisfaction that I had spared an ignorant juvenile from his destructive seduction that night. Once my hands ceased shaking, I returned up the garden path to the stairs. Miss Lydia paced and complained to Mr. Denny until I came into her view. She lunged at me and might have done considerable damage to my cravat and waistcoat had Mr. Denny not grabbed her shoulders to hold her back. "I hate you, Mr. Darcy!" she lashed out, yowling like an angry cat. "Look what you did to George! He will be maimed, and it is all your fault!" I sighed, weary and dissatisfied. Lydia Bennet had no more sense than a petulant child. My counsel would be wasted on her. Instead, I turned to Mr. Denny. "I intend to inform your superior officer about the kind of conduct he's allowing in his ranks. If I ever hear of you helping Wickham or any other man accost a young lady, I will make certain you feel the consequences. Wickham is trouble. You would be wise to distance yourself from him." Miss Lydia shook free of Mr. Denny's grasp. "Mr. Darcy would spoil all our fun," she stated with a pout. Fun? What sort of fun did she refer to? The sort Wickham taught? I found the suggestion repulsive. "Have you no respect?" She jutted out her chin. "I am old enough to marry." I bit back the sharp retort on my tongue. Wickham would never settle for a penniless girl with no connections or advantage to him. "You are not ready to marry if you would exchange your affection for a man's empty promises." "George is going to marry me." Her tone was proud, defiant. They were the exact words my own sister had uttered to me only months ago, but Miss Lydia shed no tears of remorse or doubt. Why would he marry you if you give him what he wants without the obligation of marriage?
He would never.
He would.
He would not.
She crossed her arms over her chest. Do you know how many maidens he has ruined? I did not need to know the precise number. One was too many.
He did not love them like he loves me.
Her overconfidence was so ridiculous I pitied her. I pitied her family and the lives she likely would destroy with her thoughtlessness. You are willing to subject yourself, your family, to ruin for him?
I will be the first among my sisters to marry,
she replied boldly. Foolish child, the last of my patience vanished. Tell me, Miss Lydia, how long will he wait before he finds another young girl to divert himself with when your belly is swollen with his child? From the look on her face, it was apparent she had never considered that possibility. Go to your mother, I ordered. Her bottom lip stuck out, but she did not argue. To Mr. Denny, I added, take her to Mrs. Bennet. I hoped I had scared enough sense into the thoughtless child to keep her away from harm until I could find her father. It fell to me to warn the man, or have the loss of his family's reputation on my conscience. I could not rely on Colonel Forster to keep every soldier in his regiment under firm regulation. Miss Lydia was too much under Wickham's spell to resist another attempt, and I had no intention of following either of them around like a nursemaid. After watching Mr. Denny lead Miss Lydia to Mrs. Bennet, I began my search in the ballroom. Mr. Bennet was not there, nor was he in the card-room. He was not in the dining room or at the refreshment table. Having exhausted all the rooms open for the ball on that floor, I went upstairs to Bingley's library, walking the length of the dark hall until I came to the last door. It was slightly ajar. Chapter 2. The door squeaked as I pushed it open. Bingley had not yet replaced the antique latch, though it needed to be done, as Bingley had discovered after closing the library door behind him and becoming trapped inside until I found him an hour later. With multiple other distractions taking precedence over a room that neither Bingley nor his sisters used very often, he had simply informed me to make free use of the library, only warning me that I should not, for any reason, close the door. Moonbeams shone through the gap in the curtains nearest the door, providing me with just enough light by which to see. It was cool and blissfully quiet inside, the perfect environment for a respite. Had I not an important duty to perform, I would certainly have lingered. Knowing, however, that I would be ill at ease until my obligation was properly dispatched, I walked to the nearest arrangement of furniture, hoping to find Mr. Bennet asleep in a cushioned chair. He was not there. Travelling farther down the length of the room, I inspected each chair and reading nook for a slumbering figure until I reached the unlit fireplace at the end of the empty room. Where the devil was Mr. Bennet? He would not have departed without his family, would he? Certainly not. Perhaps I had passed over him. I would have to return to the festivities and search anew. Once I found him, I would have to reveal what I had prevented in a manner he could not ignore. While I rarely lacked confidence in my abilities, I was not certain he would heed my warning. After all, I had been unable to convince my own father of Wickham's duplicity. How tiresome it was to be tied to someone who constantly called my family's honour into question. I thanked the heavens that Wickham was only my father's godson. Had we been blood relations, his depravity would have cast a shadow over the Darcy name, much like Miss Lydia's shameful behaviour would do to Miss Bennet and Miss Elizabeth if left unchecked. To allow Wickham's selfishness to threaten the reputations of an entire family when two of the daughters were above reproach would be a terrible disservice. I could not guard my silence, though I resented any involvement with a ne'er-do-well who had lost my good opinion years ago. Frustrated to find myself embroiled in yet another of Wickham's ruinous schemes when I thought I had washed my hands of him months ago, I steeled myself to return to the throngs below for another attempt to find the elusive parent. I had reached the middle of the library when a flurry of movement in the moonlight caught my attention. I had time only to raise my arm before the door banged shut and the intruder leaned against the solid barrier to heave a loud, decidedly feminine sigh. No! Panic added urgency to my voice and quickness to my step. She screamed and jumped out of my path. It was too late. The door was closed. I reached for the latch, pushing and pulling and tugging to no avail.
"Mr. Darcy,"
I heard at my elbow. It was the voice of a lady I had been thinking of only moments ago. I closed my eyes and gulped. Of all the ladies at Bingley's ball, she was the one I would least suspect of entrapment. I exhaled deeply and turned to see her standing in front of the window, bathed in the ethereal glow of the moon. Ever the gentleman, even in these circumstances, I bowed. "Miss Elizabeth." Having nothing else to say, and feeling disagreeably unsettled, I returned my attention to the latch in another attempt to knock the lock loose. It was no use, and yet I continued trying. Perhaps a servant had heard her scream and would free us before we were missed, before assumptions would be made.
"What are you doing here?"
she asked. If Miss Elizabeth knew I sought her father, she would demand to know why, and I saw no benefit in distressing her, especially if we were to be trapped together for an indiscernible length of time. I was looking for someone. I pounded the lock with my fist and tugged at the door. Nothing.
"In the library?"
Her brow arched, and her hands propped on her hips in a stance of disbelief that ruffled my feathers, as though her presence in the library was more justified than mine. "It is a room the person favours," I replied.
"Who would hide in another gentleman's library during a ball?"
Her father, for one. However, as Mr. Bennet was not in the library, I kept that opinion to myself. "I might well ask what you were doing here. As Bingley's guest, this is my residence. You ought to be in the open rooms." She gestured at the offending barrier.
"The door was wide open,"
she continued, her tone clipped and resolute.
"Mr. Bingley offered to allow me to borrow a book I had begun to read to Jane during her convalescence. I am here at his invitation, and have as much right to be in the library at this hour as you do."
I crossed my arms over my chest, fully focused on her in open disbelief. "You came to fetch a book. During a ball. In the dark." She bit her lips and avoided looking at me. There was something she did not wish to tell me.
"I know where it is on the shelf."
She looked at me then, and I knew she spoke the truth, although there must have been more to it than that. As I had no interest in revealing my reason for being in the library either, I pressed no further. Besides, we had a bigger problem. I pointed at the door. "The lock is damaged. I fear we are stuck together until someone opens the door from the other side."
"Surely not,"
she huffed, once again returning to the door to prove me wrong. She pulled the latch, shaking and tugging it with a vigour that grew with each attempt to open it. Her breath came in pants, and several pieces of hair fell from their pins. She spun around and strode up to me, eyes bright, chest heaving.
"You mean that all those times I read by the window while you sat near the fire, not once did you think to warn me that the latch was broken?"
It seemed she was intent on finding me at fault, but there had been no danger then, with the advantage of an open door and the constant presence of servants seeing to their duties, and I would not assume all the blame now. I am not the one who shut the door. Miss Elizabeth raised her eyes heavenward, her lips pinched together, and her hands tightened into fists. Had she been a gentleman, I had no doubt that she would have uttered a few choice words. After a few moments, she regained her restraint and shook her head. A humourless laugh escaped from her lips.
"To think I came here to escape from one disagreeable man, only to lock myself in a room with another."
Now that was an explanation I could believe. She was avoiding someone. True, she called me disagreeable, but people said many things when they were vexed. I overlooked her exaggeration. "Whom were you seeking to escape?" I asked, taking over the tug-of-war with the lock.
"Mr. Collins,"
she said with disdain, only to utter my name in her next breath.
"Mr. Darcy, I have no desire to be found here with you, just as I am certain I am the last lady in the kingdom with whom you would wish to be found alone in a dark room."
That was what she said, but could I trust her when she had been the one to close the door? She had trapped me. She had not done it on purpose, had she? It had all been done so convincingly, so effortlessly. I was inclined to believe it was an accident, but was it? More importantly, how could she compare me unfavourably to Mr. Collins? She motioned me out of the way, taking another turn at the door, rattling the latch and pounding her fist against the oak barrier until I feared she would hurt herself. Looking about, I grabbed the candelabra sitting atop a nearby table and held it out to her. "Use this." She narrowed her eyes at me, and I nearly scoffed at her stubbornness. Was she so determined to think me disagreeable that she would refuse my attempt to prevent her injury? However faulty her reasoning was, I could not allow her to come to harm when I could prevent it. I shoved the candelabra closer to her. "This will make a louder sound than your fist." To my relief, she accepted the hefty object. "We shall take turns until we are rescued." She hefted the item over her shoulder and swung the candelabra against the door with a resounding thwack. Not the reaction of a young lady pleased with her conquest. "Maybe my father will seek out the library," she said, raising the candelabra for another bash at the door. I groaned. If only that gentleman was easier to find, we would not be in this situation. "He will not insist on a marriage to protect your reputation." "He will trust me when I tell him my reputation is as pristine as it was before I set foot in here." Even if she considered me a touch disagreeable, at least she believed me honourable. "Then let us hope it is he who finds us, and not another member of your household." I shivered at the thought. She stiffened, holding the candelabra over her shoulder. "What do you mean to say, sir? Speak plainly." I chose my words with care. I did not fear a violent retaliation, but Miss Elizabeth had just proven herself adept at wielding a blunt instrument. Holding my hands in front of me where she could see them, I clarified, "Only that I would rather be found by your father than your mother." "And why is that, sir?" That last word she infused with so much disdain, I had to remind myself who I was, a gentleman born from an impeccable family. A Darcy. Perhaps she needed to be reminded too. "You cannot deny that your mother would love to have a reason to trap a gentleman like me for one of her daughters." "Because you are such a catch, sir?" The ice between us thinned, but her purposeful misunderstanding of me set me on edge. "Can you deny it? Why else would she send your sister to Netherfield by horseback when it rained? It is because of mothers like yours that gentlemen like Bingley need friends like me." She scoffed. "To save poor, unsuspecting gentlemen from the dastardly matrons out to ensnare a husband for their unmarried daughters?" "Yes." She lowered the candelabra from her shoulder, holding it between her hands. "My mother takes an interest in her daughter's futures, as any loving mother should." Mrs. Bennet, loving, more like overreaching and manipulative. I was not so insensitive to give voice to my opinion, but neither did I believe that Miss Elizabeth believed her mother capable of such altruism. By forcing a daughter to accept a gentleman's hospitality when she falls ill, how can that lead to happiness? "It can when the daughter and gentleman are already inclined to prefer each other over anyone else." Her eyes narrowed. "Or do you impute evil motives to Jane as well?" "I do not believe she loves Bingley." "You know nothing of Jane's heart." "And you do? Can you tell me honestly that she would encourage his affection without the coercion of your mother?" "I am certain of it. If you cared to notice the view past your own nose, you would see how she blushes whenever he speaks, how she endures the condescension of his sisters so she might spend more time with him. You are so disinclined to like people that you would poison him against Jane when she is the kindest, most gracious woman he could ever be so fortunate to meet." Although I was not convinced, she spoke with such passion that I determined I would henceforth observe her sister more closely. Unfortunately, Miss Elizabeth was not done expounding my transgressions. "Just like you have poisoned society against Mr. Wickham." That was a blow I had not expected. I took a step back and struggled to restrain the bitterness threatening to seize me. "You have already accused me of ignorance. Pray, inform me of Wickham's complaints. I have heard so many. I wish to address those relevant to this conversation." The momentary confusion on her face was a small satisfaction. Still, she rose in his defense. "You denied him the living your father promised to him." "The living he gave up in exchange for a large sum of money?" Her gasp was reply enough. I continued. "Yes, he often leaves that part out of his tale of woe. There is a great deal about Wickham you do not know. If he were here, he did not come because of you." Her eagerness to see him, to defend a man undeserving of her good opinion, severed the last thread of my patience. "Oh, he came. I can summon at least 2 other witnesses to confirm he was indeed here. He would have done everyone a favour not to trespass at all."
"I suppose you chased him away?"
"Well done, Miss Elizabeth. That is precisely what I did."
"You take pride in it. You, sir, are nothing but a bully."
That was precisely what Wickham would lead her to believe about me. I was hot and agitated and had no business speaking until I had regained my composure, but I wanted her to know how wrong she was. "Do you want to know why I am here in the library? I was searching for your father. I wished to warn him of Wickham."
"He has been nothing but kind and attentive to our family."
"Indeed, he certainly is attentive. Only minutes ago I peeled him off Miss Lydia's person and hauled him off the balcony to the garden where he slinked away."
"It cannot be."
She twisted her hands around the candelabra. "His foot caught in your sister's skirts and he twisted his ankle. He will limp for a day or 2, and more if it gets him out of his duties."
"I must get to my father."
She spun away from me, the candelabra thudding to the floor, and tugged again on the latch. No remark on Wickham's character, no expression suggesting the possibility she had been wrong about him. Nothing. I was disappointed, but that did not dismiss me from my responsibility. "I will speak to him. It is my duty."
"And allow you to glory in our shame?" she hissed. "No, Mr. Darcy, I will talk to my father about your claim."
I was stunned. I had told her the facts, including the proof, and still she would side with that rake. "You do not believe me?"
"Why should I?"
"You believed Wickham, and he cannot have offered any proof besides his own word."
"From the moment I met Mr. Wickham, he has behaved like a gentleman. I cannot say the same for you, sir."
She turned her back on me, grabbed the candelabra, and resumed pounding on the door. Her words were a slap to my face. Me, not a gentleman. I braced my hands against my knees, my head reeling, when the library door flung open. Chapter 3. Mrs. Bennet swayed against the doorframe.
"Is this the withdrawing room?"
she called into the dark library. Miss Elizabeth went to her side, looping her arm through her mother's.
"Lizzie, I am in need of a chamber pot."
Mrs. Bennet emphasized her statement with a belch. I held myself as still as I could, as much to spare Miss Elizabeth further embarrassment as to escape her mother's notice.
"Come, Mamma, I will take you."
Miss Elizabeth tugged Mrs. Bennet toward the hall. One more step and I would be out of their view. Freedom within my grasp, I allowed myself to breathe. That was a mistake. In my relief, I started to move and tripped over the candelabra we had used as a battering ram. I had not seen Miss Elizabeth set it on the ground, but there it was, catching my boot and clattering on the wood floor at the edge of the carpet. Mrs. Bennet spun around, dragging her daughter with her.
"Mr. Darcy?"
Miss Elizabeth glared at me, and I glared back. She could have placed that infernal candelabra anywhere else but directly in my path.
"Is that you, Mr. Darcy?"
Mrs. Bennet repeated with a hiccup. Unable to pretend she had not seen me, I bowed. "Madam?" She turned her head to face her daughter, losing her balance in the process. I felt it necessary to reach forward to lend her some steadiness before she toppled over and dragged Miss Elizabeth with her. If only she would cease whipping her gaze back and forth between us like an excited dog wagging its tail.
"You and Mr. Darcy? Here?"
She flailed her arms wildly, pulling out of my reach and away from her daughter.
"Alone?"
Her mind was clearly steadier than her feet. Again, Miss Elizabeth looped her arm through her mother's.
"The door locked behind us, but thanks to you, we are free to leave. Now, let me show you to the withdrawing room."
Mrs. Bennet narrowed her eyes at me, her gaze sweeping over my frame from head to toe. She was not so drunk nor so desperate to relieve herself that she did not recognize a prime opportunity to claim a compromise. I stood erect, chin tucked against my chest, expectant of her demand. There was nothing to do but to comply, though I was loath to marry under such circumstances. How had I allowed this to happen? I, who prided myself on my caution. Staggering forward, straining against her daughter's hold, Mrs. Bennet jabbed me in the chest with her fan.
"I will return shortly to discuss this matter. I would stay now, but more urgent matters demand my immediate attention, Lizzie. I need the withdrawing room."
Without another word, the two ladies retreated down the hall. Once again, I found myself alone in the library, only this time I stood by the door, ready to prevent anyone else from attempting to close it. Would Mrs. Bennet remember to return? I still needed to speak to Mr. Bennet about Wickham. How long should I wait? 5 minutes? I decided that if Mrs. Bennet did not return in 10 minutes, I would continue my search for her husband. With all the time already wasted, I could not afford to wait any longer. Every second filled me with doubt and increased my self-loathing. How had I allowed this to happen now, when I had successfully survived 7 London seasons since my majority without falling into a trap? I had triumphed over the most conniving, unscrupulous families in all of society, but now found myself at the mercy of Mrs. Bennet. I imagined introducing her to my relatives and the vulgar comments she would make. The spectacle the younger Bennets would make of themselves, their lack of maturity and want of accomplishment. My family would know I had been trapped into a union I would never have entered of my own volition. Each passing second brought another disadvantage to mind until my chest felt heavy and it became difficult to draw breath. For my own sanity, I must consider the advantages, if there were any to be found. My Aunt Catherine, who had insisted I marry her daughter Anne, would never speak to me again. I could not be sorry about that. And I held few objections against Miss Elizabeth herself. Other than her apparent aversion to me and preference for Wickham, I could say nothing against her character. In fact, I enjoyed her conversation. During her stay at Netherfield Park with her sister, I had found her well-informed and insightful. She was not unpleasant to look at. My face warmed as I admitted to myself that she was indeed handsome enough to tempt me. After 8 agonizingly slow minutes, I was prepared to face what was certain to come. Mrs. Bennet reappeared, walking without the assistance of her daughter, who followed behind her mother, her eyes directed toward the carpet. I braced myself for the matron's demands. She would claim her daughter's virtue was endangered. She would insist I make an offer of marriage. As an honourable gentleman, I had no option but to comply. Miss Elizabeth and I both knew the truth. The only passion shared between us had been sparring and accusations. However, truth and reality did not signify when word got out. People would assume the worst. They always did, and their opinion was all that mattered in the end. Miss Elizabeth still avoided my gaze. To be truthful, that suited me well, as it justified me in doing the same. Mrs. Bennet huffed.
"You clumsy girl! How could you spoil your sister's fun like that?"
What was this? I looked at Miss Elizabeth for an answer. She had too many sisters for me to make an accurate guess. Her eyes met mine, even as she replied to her mother.
"You did well to send Lydia home with Kitty, Mamma."
Miss Lydia was no longer at the ball. Lord be praised.
"You left her no other option."
Mrs. Bennet did not share in my contentment. Her daughter did not apologize.
"Mrs. Hill will know what to do before the ratafia dries and stains Lydia's gown beyond reparation, and Kitty will be good company for her."
With another sister and the housekeeper watching over her, Miss Lydia would cause no more trouble that evening. Relief and growing respect for how efficiently Miss Elizabeth had addressed the problem eased the pressure on my chest.
"They will make you pay on the morrow, Lizzie, and I do not blame them. It is no good to deny younger ones their pleasure just because their older sisters have yet to marry."
With that, Mrs. Bennet turned her attention to me. Here it would come, the demand, the triumph. I braced myself. Snapping her fan in front of her, commanding my full attention, she demanded,
"Did anyone see you enter the library?"
No longer was her speech slurred. "Not that I am aware of," I replied cautiously, not wishing to assist her or worsen my fate. She pinched Miss Elizabeth's chin with her other hand and locked eyes with her.
Would anyone at all, suspect you of being alone with Mr. Darcy?
I doubt anyone noticed my absence, except perhaps Mr. Collins.
Why might he have noticed?
He has been following me all evening.
As he ought to do. What I do not understand is why you do not encourage him more.
I would rather avoid him.
Why in heaven's name would you wish to avoid him if he finds out you might have been compromised?
There has been no compromise, Miss Elizabeth interrupted. Absolutely none, I agreed. It struck me that this was perhaps the first time in our acquaintance we so emphatically agreed. Mrs. Bennet did not even spare me a look. She was too intent on the cause of her vexation.
Mr. Collins means to propose on the morrow, and you must accept.
I shook my head, unable to fully comprehend what I had heard. Before I had recovered, Mrs. Bennet turned to me, poking my cravat in her insistence.
Do you swear not to mention a word of this incident?
She was serious. I had never heard a sensible utterance cross Mrs. Bennet's tongue, and now she was eager to overlook a compromising situation from which she would have benefited greatly in favour of an offer from Mr. Collins. Was she mad? She would rather have Mr. Collins, a pandering clergyman with nary an original thought in his small mind, in her family than me? My pride demanded clarification. You do not intend to force a proposal? She scoffed.
We all know you to be a disagreeable man, Mr. Darcy.
More disagreeable than Mr. Collins? Too stunned to think of a reply, I listened helplessly as she continued.
I would never wish for any of my daughters to marry you, much less Lizzie, whom you insulted at the Meryton Assembly. She has expressed her dislike for you to all and sundry because of it.
Dizzy from the clash between her poor estimation of me and my own high opinion of myself, I nodded to Mrs. Bennet's demand. She wished me to say nothing of this to anyone, lest I ruin Miss Elizabeth's chance of securing a proposal from a man thoroughly unsuited to her. I could not comprehend how Mrs. Bennet would judge that buffoon superior to me. That Miss Elizabeth did not seize her chance to escape such a wretched prospect as Mr. Collins confounded me further. Certainly she would consider me to be the better choice, would she not? And yet she remained as silent as Mrs. Bennet bid me to be. I remained in the library for a few minutes after the ladies departed, numb with emotion. Mrs. Bennet, a woman I had considered devoid of reason, had somehow arrived at a conclusion that was reasonable, for reasons that were incomprehensible to me. Never had I been so relieved or so offended. Chapter 4. I could hardly be expected to enjoy my narrow escape from an unwanted union after Mrs. Bennet's assault on my character. Despite the absence of Miss Lydia, I still needed to find Mr. Bennet and describe what I had prevented on the balcony. Unfortunately, the gentleman had seen an opportunity to depart early with his youngest daughters and had seized it, promising to return at dawn for the rest of his family. Mrs. Bennet was not pleased with his abandonment. To add insult to injury, I felt it necessary to prove to Mrs. Bennet and Miss Elizabeth they were wrong about me. I danced and conversed with my partners the rest of the evening. Several times I caught myself thinking irrationally. I felt more resentful over their poor opinion of me than grateful for my escape from a mortifying blunder that would have forever attached me to such an insignificant family. I owned I must strive to be fair. Mrs. Bennet had proved to possess much more sense than I had previously credited her with. Perhaps I had misjudged the others. When Bingley asked my opinion of Miss Bennet, I took care to say nothing against the lady, and instead encouraged him to make certain of his own affection before giving her more reason to expect his address. Once the last guest had departed, I retired to my bedchamber, where I tried to count my blessings in light of what had transpired. However, contrary to my hope for a few hours of uninterrupted, blissful slumber, I tossed and turned, Mrs. Bennet's accusation repeating in my mind. Disagreeable, she had called me. Ungentlemanly.
I brooded and considered my actions during the past weeks. Perhaps I had given her cause to think thusly. Since my arrival in Hertfordshire, I had made my desire not to mix with society evident by avoiding conversation and refusing to dance with anyone outside of my immediate party. To Bingley's neighbours, I had displayed no interest. Even this night, when he had invited all of Longbourn, Meryton, and the surrounding villages to Netherfield Park for a ball, I had been withdrawn when I ought to have been welcoming. Furthermore, I had insulted Miss Elizabeth within her hearing at the assembly. To me, she was then just another huntress baiting a trap. I knew better now. What I had said then to discourage unwanted proximity now sounded unnecessary and cruel. In short, I had acted like a pompous, arrogant dolt. That Mrs. Bennet had only called me disagreeable was generous. As content as I ought to have been from being spared from an unwanted accidental attachment, I could not rejoice when I considered my conduct through the eyes of Mrs. Bennet and Miss Elizabeth. My conscience was too singed. After a few fitful hours of rest, I knew what must be done. I still needed to warn Mr. Bennet about the danger to which Wickham exposed his daughters, but my own honour moved me to right the wrong I had done to Miss Elizabeth. She had not deserved my harsh appraisal when she was nothing like the ladies I avoided in London. The ride to Longbourn that morning was both too long and too short. I was eager to make amends, but I had learned how faulty my assumptions had been regarding the Bennets, which fueled my uncertainty. I did not expect a warm reception, nor did I assume my warning would be appreciated, and yet it was the right course to take, and take it I must. I rode along the hedgerow, a thorny bush lining the property leading to the main house. At this time of year, red berries adorned the branches, cheerful bursts of colour disguising long, sharp thorns that protected birds, rabbits, and dormice. The house would be over the next rise, and I figuratively girded my loins for the ensuing encounter. When I saw a young lady running up the path in my direction without a coat or bonnet, I recognized Miss Elizabeth. Equally apparent was her distress. Eager to be of assistance and change her perception of me by way of apology, I dismounted from my horse, cautious to keep my boots out of the slippery mud. She continued forward, her half-boots squishing through the muck, her curls blowing loose in the stiff autumn breeze. With naught but a bobbed curtsy and a hasty, "Mr. Darcy?" she looked as though she would speed by me without another word. Her foot slid as she passed, and I reached out to hold her. "Careful," I cautioned. She jerked her arm away from me and spun around. There was fire in her eyes. Wishing to reassure her of my goodwill, I explained my warning. "It is slippery. You might fall." It was apparently the wrong thing to say. Her fingers tightened into a fist, and she looked heavenward as though she were begging God for patience, or to strike me with lightning. The sooner I apologized, the better. Then she would have no reason to disapprove of me. "Might I walk with you?" I asked, pulling my hand down the reins to hold my horse at a greater distance. "Do I have a choice?" she snapped. "I would never force my company on you if you did not wish it." She looked at me, her eyebrows arched in disbelief. My hackles rose, but I reminded myself I had no right to expect anything else. I had acted abominably. Of course she would wish to avoid my company. "If my company is tolerable enough, you may accompany me a little way, Mr. Darcy." I took a deep breath and began. "About that, I wish to apologize for my unfortunate speech the night of the Meryton Assembly." She stopped again, turning to face me. "Unfortunate speech? Whatever do you mean, sir?" Every angle of her tense body uttered a challenge, an unsettling contrast to the innocence of her tone. I swallowed hard, not wishing to repeat what I had said. I suspected she asked me to repeat it to increase my discomfort. It was impertinent, but I had been a brute to speak as I had. I wished I could claim to have forgotten the exact words I had uttered, but I remembered every one. At the time, I had meant them. I had looked directly at her knowing she would hear me, and I had not cared how she would feel about it so long as she left me alone. I cared very much now. Clearing my throat, I met her eyes as boldly as I had that night. I told Bingley you were not handsome enough to tempt me. She narrowed her eyes.
You cannot apologize for my face, Mr. Darcy. That is my burden to bear.
I would not call your face a burden.
Oh, so you were lying.
My tongue quit functioning. She resumed walking, and I had to follow. While words failed me, they flowed rapidly for Miss Elizabeth.
It is not a difficult question, sir. I only inquire because it is one thing to accept an apology from an honest man, but it is quite another to consider accepting one from a liar.
Never in my lifetime had I met someone so determined to think the worst of me. Summoning my fractured dignity, I said firmly, I pride myself in my reputation as an honest gentleman. This she received with another arch of her eyebrows. Her disbelief scorched my esteem. Much as I would have loved to blame Wickham, I knew better. I must accept the consequences of my own rudeness. Nevertheless, I would prove to her that her first impression of me, while understandable at the moment, was faulty. No lady, no matter how handsome, could have tempted me to dance that night.
Do you only dance with handsome ladies, Mr. Darcy? How pleasant it must be to only be surrounded by beautiful people in the first circles.
It seemed there was nothing I could say to which she would not take offence. Still, I kept trying. I wished to convince Bingley of the futility of convincing me to dance when I was determined not to. She scoffed.
And yet you came to an assembly. Why bother to attend if you had no intention of dancing and meeting people?
She had a point.
Tell me, sir, do you intend to apologize to all the ladies with whom you refused to dance, or am I to feel the honor of your singular apology?
The thought had not occurred to me. Had I insulted more than Miss Elizabeth that night? Or since? Her foot slipped, and I reached for her arm, anxious when I observed how close her bare arms and muslin were to the prickly hawthorn hedge on her other side. Take care! I saw the warning spark in her eyes, could almost see the blazing retort coming as she dodged out of my grasp, stepping away from me and directly into the open arms of the thorn bush. Chapter 5.
Ouch!
Miss Elizabeth jumped away from the plant, the thorns holding fast to her gown where they did not tear through the fabric. Until then, I had not noticed how thin and worn the muslin of her garment was. It shredded like tissue paper. I immediately came to her assistance, a gentlemanly gesture to which she reacted by retreating deeper into the thorns, showing a stubborn preference for the prickly bush over any practical help from me. Frustrated and concerned at the angry welts with beads of blood I saw rising on her arms and hands, I looped my steed's reins over a branch and opened my hands in front of me, speaking as softly as I would to a scared doe tangled in brambles. Miss Elizabeth, I spoke in ignorance. It was foolish of me, and I apologize for causing offense to you. Now, will you permit me to help?
You did not lie?
She pressed. Good gracious, she made this apology difficult. I could not tell her the truth without revealing too much of my changing opinion of her. Gazing upon her at that moment, her hair loose and her cheeks in high colour, I found her appealing indeed. I would gladly plunge my hands into the thorny bush to spare her from any further injury, if only she would allow it. However, I would not expose my current vulnerability to convince her of my sincerity. I was determined to find fault with everything and everyone that night. I spoke thoughtlessly at the height of my pique with Bingley, and I apologize for making you the target of my ill humour. She narrowed her eyes at me. Apparently, my apology was weighed and found lacking because she attempted once again to free herself from the hedge without assistance. I folded my arms, demonstrating my willingness to wait for her to request aid, despite my growing urge to provide the help she obviously needed. She had to be the most stubborn woman of my acquaintance. The inevitable happened. While I could not see the tear, I heard the distinctive sound of fabric ripping. After a moment's pause, she scrunched her mouth, her chin high and proud.
If you will extract me from this hedge, I shall be very pleased to forget any of this ever happened.
Finally. I could not agree more. Stepping forward, close enough to reach behind her, close enough to smell the rose water in her hair, I breathed deeply through my nose, letting her pleasant scent calm my treacherous, racing heart. I had yet to look down.
Is it very bad?
There was a plea in her tone I did not understand. I looked down and stifled a groan. Now I understood. At least 24 thorns pierced her gown below a gaping hole. I did not pretend to be an expert in ladies' fashion, but I was not completely ignorant of the foundational garments most ladies wore to preserve their modesty. Not only had the thorns torn her gown, but they were well on their way to shredding through her unmentionables. There was precious little there to protect her from the stiff breeze. Unless I could find a way to remove the thorns piercing the delicate fabric, she would be exposed. I pretended blindness and chose to speak more encouragingly than truthfully. I shall get you out of here in a matter of minutes. You may have my coat as soon as your sleeves are freed. How I wished I had donned my greatcoat. Taking great caution to avoid touching her skin or tearing the fabric any further, I painstakingly plucked the linen off the first thorn. My gloves made my fingers clumsy, so I removed them. Warmth radiated from her in heated waves. A trickle of sweat trickled down my side whiskers.
Can you not work any faster?
Her voice was strained. I dared not.
If I just...
She leaned forward before I could stop her. Instinctively, I spun around to preserve her dignity, but there was a ripping sound, this one much louder than the last. From the corner of my eye, I saw what must have been her skirt drop into the mud puddle behind her, all of her lower garment that did not remain stuck on the thorny bush.
Do not look,
she cried. I was already not looking. I contorted my torso to remove my coat, wishing the narrow coattails of the riding coat were wider for her sake, and mine. They would not be enough to cover her fully, and the now wet fabric of her morning gown would do little to help. What kind of woman left her house on a chilly day without a coat? A stubborn, impatient one who refused my help and then would not wait for me to do an effective job. I finally succeeded in pulling my arm from the second sleeve of my coat and held the garment behind me for Miss Elizabeth to take. At least it would cover half of her, so long as the tails were strategically held in place. Her hands brushed mine, damp and ice-cold. When I thought I heard her teeth chatter, I could endure no more. "Cover yourself," I commanded. Keeping my head turned to the side, I dove my hands into the bush behind her, heedless of the pricks they suffered, and tugged her free of the thorns. Still not looking, I scooped my arms under her legs and lifted her into my arms. I could not leave her on the path. She might be observed in her present state of undress. So long as I held her, I could not see her. Therefore, I saw no other option but to carry her the short distance to Longbourn. The lady, of course, protested.
"Put me down this instant."
I hesitated to do as she wished. Her request was not in the best interest for either of us, but ultimately I obeyed. I swear I did my best to avert my eyes, just as I am certain she did her best to arrange my coat around her figure, but I saw a waxing crescent moon-sized sliver of her backside. My face burned. Though I tried with all my mental strength to think of anything other than the shape of her, my face heated with the exertion. My horse snickered, actually laughed at me. "Brute," I whispered, plucking his reins from the branch and holding them loosely in one hand.
Miss
Elizabeth said to my back. I had not yet regained my composure. She cleared her throat.
"Mr. Darcy?"
"Yes?" I croaked.
I cannot move without... She stopped, not needing to complete her sentence for me to know she required my help. Nevertheless, I had already been reproved for my assistance, and would wait for her to ask before I moved or even flinched in her direction. That is to say, I distinctly heard her teeth rattle. It took every ounce of my self-control not to lift her into my arms again and carry her to Longbourn. I am in need of... Decency be hanged, she was miserable. Are you as covered as you can make yourself? Especially the back. Yes. Then I am going to turn around and, without looking, I will lift you in my arms and carry you the short distance to Longbourn. Yes, please. You will have to hold the reins to my horse. That is not a problem. Without another word, I spun around, kept my eyes fixed on our feet and the muddy path, shoved the reins at Miss Elizabeth, and lifted her up. She tucked against me, her outside hand resting on top of my shoulders with a firm grasp on my horse's reins. I pressed her close against my chest, as much to lend her my warmth as to cover as much of her as I could. While I had made a pact with my eyes not to look at her, I was not prepared for the feel of her. She buried her face against my neck. Thank you, Mr. Darcy. I could not account for the rapidity with which my frustration became delight at being the recipient of her gratitude. Had I needed to carry her 5 miles, I would not have tired. I believe your horse would follow you even without the lead, she observed. Eager for the distraction conversation provided, I asked, Do you ride? She sighed. I used to. You do not any more? I asked, hoping she would fill the silence and abate the looming awkwardness. I had a lovely mare, Persephone. Queen of the underworld? It is what my father called her. Once my sisters caught on, the name stuck. Unfavourable connotation aside, it is a beautiful name, is it not? Far superior to her original name, Sugar. I admitted it was a superior name, though I could say nothing against Sugar. That had been the name of my little sister's first pony. How did she earn such an appellation? She was very particular about who she allowed to ride her. If she did not like someone, she would lie down and pretend to sleep until they went away. Or she would ram their legs into fence posts, or kick and rear to test the firmness of her rider's seat. Yet she behaved with you. I did not allow her to get away with poor behaviour. Once she determined I would not put up with her foolishness, which did not take long at all, she was the best horse I have ever been privileged to ride. She paused, adding softly, she liked it when I sang to her. The sentiment in her tone tugged at my heart. I had a stallion no one else could ride. My cousin Richard, who prides himself on being the best rider in the family, got thrown and dislocated his shoulder when he tried. I bit my tongue to prevent myself from boring her with stories of Richard and my horse she would not fully appreciate, having met neither of them. That stallion had kept me alert and had taught me a great deal about control, but once I had gained his trust, he responded to me like no horse I had ridden since. I understood why Miss Elizabeth would miss such an animal. What happened to Persephone? None of my sisters could ride her, so my father sold her to purchase a calmer horse. Winnie is as gentle and sweet as they could hope for, but I find no joy plodding along when Persephone sailed over the fields. There was not a fallen tree, stream, or hedge she could not jump over. The mare sounded fearless, much like her mistress. Miss Elizabeth was not afraid of a challenge, and she did not approve of or allow for misbehaviour. No wonder she had reacted so strongly to my rude comment. I was glad I had apologized. Avoiding the gravel path leading to the front entrance of Longbourn, and doing my best to remain out of view from anyone who might peer through a window, I carried Miss Elizabeth to the back, where the kitchen was usually located. Near the water pump there stood an orchard of pear trees. She pointed me to them. We can tie your horse there. I felt her hand lift from my shoulder and heard the reins flip around the branch with a flick of her scratched wrist.
We made our way to the back door, which I nudged open with my foot. The cook continued to knead her dough, not even looking up as she scolded,
"Do not stand there with the door open, or this bread will never rise."
I kicked the door closed behind me. My apologies. She looked up at the sound of my voice, raising her floured hands to her face.
"Miss Lizzie, are you hurt? Oh, look at your arms."
Miss Elizabeth laughed softly.
"My gown fared worse than I did, I assure you."
Slowly, I bent down to set my load on her feet, but Cook's gasp had me snatching her back up in my embrace. I had no option but to hold her while Cook clucked and mumbled under her breath.
"You stay here while I fetch the mistress."
To me, she added with narrowed eyes,
"Keep your hands where they are. Do not move."
The reality of my situation crashed over me. I'd been fortunate to have evaded the consequences of one compromise, only to be caught neck-deep in another. One glance at her daughter's tattered dress, her bare skin covered mostly by my hands, and Mrs. Bennet was certain to demand a wedding. I straightened my shoulders and widened my stance, waiting for the inevitable and accustoming myself to the idea. Miss Elizabeth was a strong-willed young lady of good character and firm opinions. I could do far worse. In fact, once we adjusted to each other, I imagined we might find some happiness. It was not a hopeless situation. Mr. Bennet walked into the kitchen with Mrs. Bennet's voice, and then the lady herself trailing behind him.
"I shall never speak to Lizzie again. I mean it. I said I would never speak to her, and—"
She saw me then.
"Mr. Darcy!"
Mrs. Bennet might not be on speaking terms with her daughter, but she held no qualms about screeching my name. Mr. Bennet appeared amused.
"Do not tell me you brought another gentleman here to propose, Lizzie. One is sufficient for any day."
Chapter 6. Another proposal. I recalled Mrs. Bennet's claims from the evening before, but given her inebriated state and Mr. Collins's general ineptness, I had given them little credence. Mrs. Bennet continued addressing her complaints to Mr. Bennet, though it was plain they were intended for Miss Elizabeth. Elizabeth. I ought to accustom my mind to calling her such if we were to be forced into a union. On my honour as a gentleman, as a Darcy, I would never speak of the incident that had thrown us together in such a precarious situation, but her father was certain to take issue with her arrival in my arms, especially when only a few shreds of fabric and my coat protected her decency.
"If only your daughter had accepted Mr. Collins's offer, we would be drinking punch and eating cake,"
Mrs. Bennet lamented, as though I were not standing directly in front of her.
"Mamma, how can you believe him capable of making me happy, or me of making him anything but miserable?"
Mrs. Bennet looked pointedly at Mr. Bennet.
"When your daughter came downstairs in that dreadful old gown, I knew something was wrong. No lady would wish to receive a proposal in such a worn garment, and she did nothing with her hair."
Mr. Bennet leaned toward me with a wry grin.
"She is my daughter when she does something Mrs. Bennet does not approve of. Most of the time she's simply Lizzie." "Mr. Bennet, what are we to do?"
Mrs. Bennet wailed.
"If your daughter cared about me or her sisters, she would agree to marry Mr. Collins and secure Longbourn. We shall be cast out into the hedgerows."
Considering how poorly Elizabeth and her tattered gown had fared against the hedgerow, I sincerely doubted that. Elizabeth coughed, and when my gaze met her smiling eyes, I knew her thoughts were similar to mine. My lips flinched before she looked away, and I gained control of my countenance. Mrs. Bennet cried into her handkerchief.
"I have failed as a mother. How can I entice more gentlemen to notice our girls if word gets out that they might refuse their attention?"
Mr. Bennet patted her on the shoulder. "There will be more gentlemen." I waited for a nod in my direction, or some indication that I was such a gentleman, but none came. Still, right was right, and I would act honourably. By this point I was not completely opposed to the idea, though I shivered at the terrifying prospect of introducing this family into society.
You always take your daughter's side. If you insist on supporting her foolishness, I swear I shall not speak to you either, Mr. Bennet.
Another pat. To whom would you complain, then, my dear?
I do not know why I bother complaining to you, for all the good it does. You never do anything I ask.
And yet we manage well enough. Better than most, I suspect. He smiled, dismissing his wife's discontent and his inaction. In my experience, of which I had a plentiful portion thanks in good part to my Aunt Catherine, complaints usually stemmed from a lack of attention. Granted, I did not agree with Mrs. Bennet in this matter. Mr. Collins would not make a good husband for Elizabeth. That she was unwilling to settle merely to secure a home of her own and a place for her mother and sisters told me she expected more from that eternal union. She was not afraid of a challenge. Therefore, she required a man who would not be intimidated by her wit or afraid of testing her intellect. That man was decidedly not Mr. Collins. The cook returned with a blanket. I was finally able to set Elizabeth down as the woman wrapped the quilt around her and promptly ushered everyone out of her kitchen. Elizabeth hurried up the stairs, where she would undoubtedly change into another gown. I followed Mr. and Mrs. Bennet into the parlour to find the rest of the family entertaining themselves in various occupations. Miss Bennet set down her embroidery and curtsied with a warm smile. Miss Mary curtsied stiffly, the book she had been reading still gripped in her hands. The two youngest sisters scowled at me, though Miss Kitty's expression was not as fierce as Miss Lydia's. I bowed. "Lydia, mind your manners," Miss Bennet softly urged. "What is he doing here?" Miss Lydia replied, bobbing an obligatory curtsy. "Lydia," hissed Mrs. Bennet, "we know Mr. Darcy to be disagreeable, but we will not stoop to that kind of behaviour." I had been tried, weighed, measured against Lydia Bennet's lewd behaviour, and found wanting. The shame. I had thought apologising to Elizabeth would sufficiently erase my error, but it was apparent my thoughtless comment had done more damage to my reputation than I had believed possible. Mr. Bennet motioned for me to sit, and Mrs. Bennet sent for tea and the cake intended for their celebration of Elizabeth's eagerly anticipated engagement. Admittedly, she was a gracious hostess, despite her obvious lack of enthusiasm to have me as her guest. "Very well, Mr. Darcy. What brings you to Longbourn?" Mr. Bennet pulled out his pipe and stretched his legs in front of him. I shifted my weight, uneasy. Did he really want me to describe, in front of his daughters, the whole of what had happened? I ran my sweaty palms over my breeches. "Mr. Darcy, your hands!" In a blink, Mrs. Bennet was at my side, all compassion. "You are bleeding, sir. Mary, bring me some cold water in a basin and a clean rag." I had not noticed the cuts and stinging flesh of swollen welts until she called attention to them. Miss Bennet ran to see what they might have in the still-room for my injuries, while her mother fussed over me like a small child. Being well beyond the age of such motherly ministrations, I balked and tried to pull my hands away. Mr. Bennet clucked his tongue. "It is useless, Mr. Darcy. There is nothing Mrs. Bennet loves more than to nurse a wounded being. A bird cannot fall out of its nest without her bringing it inside the house to mend." Mrs. Bennet cooed and talked under her breath, explaining what she was doing in a soothing sing-song. The water she dabbed against the hot welt cooled my skin. Not since my mother had anyone attended to me so gently. It felt pleasant. "It looks like you fought a tiger. What happened that hurt you so?" she asked softly. Miss Elizabeth was stuck in the hedgerow, and I pulled her out. "The hedgerow did that to you? We ought to cut it down, Papa," Miss Kitty exclaimed forcefully. Miss Lydia glared at her. "I wish it had been a tiger. I wish it had eaten him." "Lydia, do not speak like that to our guest. Mr. Darcy saved Lizzie from the hedgerows. You know how wicked the thorns on those hawthorn bushes are." Mrs. Bennet stood, satisfied she had cleaned and soothed my hands as well as she could. The tray came in, accompanied by Miss Bennet with a jar of salve. Her mother bent and carefully applied the medicinal cream to my fingers and palms, while her eldest daughter prepared tea for everyone. Plied with cake, tea, and hands greasy with ointment, I expected Mr. Bennet would now address the apparent compromise he and his wife had witnessed in the kitchen.
I know that part of the hedgerow. I lost a bonnet to it only last year. You must be very strong to carry Lizzie like you did. How far away were you?
Miss Kitty asked excitedly, her gaze raking over my shoulders and arms. Waiting was torture. I wondered when Elizabeth would return with my coat. I hoped someone was tending to her wounds as tenderly as Mrs. Bennet had seen to mine.
He is a bully.
Miss Lydia puckered her bottom lip.
You should have seen how he attacked poor Mr. Wickham at the ball.
Miss Bennet frowned.
Mr. Wickham? You saw him?
Miss Lydia fidgeted.
Wickham, Denny, Chamberlain, so many officers. I must have confused his name.
Miss Mary lowered her book.
You distinctly said Mr. Wickham. He was not at the ball last night.
All eyes turned to Miss Lydia.
He only refused Mr. Bingley's invitation because he knew Mr. Darcy would cause a scene. He is a gentleman, and he had promised me a dance, so Mr. Denny showed me to the balcony where Mr. Wickham might keep his promise without offending those who have misused him so abominably.
She flipped a curl over her shoulder, exposing a roundish purple bruise on her throat. Her parents noticed, but she was too indignant to realize her mistake until her father spoke.
Did he give you that mark on your neck?
Eyes widening, Miss Lydia pulled her curl forward.
What? This? I must have been bitten by a mosquito while I was outside.
In November?
Mr. Bennet's gaze turned to me.
Tell me what you saw, sir, so I might determine whether I ought to send for Mr. Wickham to demand an explanation, and perhaps an offer.
This pleased Miss Lydia very much, as it did Mrs. Bennet, who rubbed her hands together.
You must speak to him right away. Oh, what a proud mother I am to have a daughter engaged, and my youngest, too.
With the whole family present, I could not speak as plainly as I could have were it only Mr. Bennet listening, but they needed to be warned about Wickham. I walked out on the balcony and heard Mr. Wickham suggest to a lady he had cornered on the balcony that they go to the gazebo where they might have more privacy. I will leave it to you to imagine his intention. As someone who has known the man my whole life, I must add he has a reputation for making friends easily with his charm. Then he disappears, leaving behind debt, heartbreak, and ruin. Mr. Bennet sat upright.
He is a rake?
He asked. At the same moment, Mrs. Bennet gasped,
He has no money?
He has been called that, Mr. Bennet, and I do not pretend to know the state of his financial affairs, only that I quit paying off his debts this last summer when he injured someone very dear to me, I owned. Longbourn's master rubbed his hand over his face, ignoring Miss Lydia's protests.
Did anyone else see what happened?
It was dark, and as Miss Mary mentioned, Wickham's presence was not expected. Aside from me, Mr. Denny, and now the occupants of this room, I doubt anyone else knows. Face white, Mr. Bennet said in a low tone,
You prevented him from taking Lydia out to the gazebo.
He attacked George. He might have maimed him.
Miss Lydia pointed at me. Elizabeth walked into the room then. Judging from her solemn expression, she had heard enough of her sister's admission to shake her confidence in Wickham's character. She handed my coat to me with a mumbled,
Thank you, Mr. Darcy.
I could not don my coat without creating a spectacle, so I folded it on my lap and placed my hands on top. Elizabeth's eyes widened at the sight of their greasy sheen. With an apologetic look, she slipped me her handkerchief. Mr. Bennet addressed her.
Did you know of this last night, Lizzie?
I saw nothing.
She moved to sit near him, and I took advantage of her distraction to tuck her handkerchief inside the cuff of my shirt. I preferred my coat to be soiled rather than the delicate linen ruined by whatever it was on my hands.
And yet you managed to send your sister home early.
She is determined to spoil my fun.
Ignoring Miss Lydia, Elizabeth replied,
I chanced upon Mr. Darcy while he was searching Netherfield for you. He wished to speak to you and warn you about Mr. Wickham. Having heard he had decided not to attend, I was not convinced. But then I saw Lydia in the withdrawing room boasting Mr. Wickham preferred her to me, and she had danced with him out on the balcony. So I grabbed a glass of ratafia on a table nearby and poured it down the front of her dress.
You have always been jealous of me. George likes me more than you.
Elizabeth took a deep breath. Had she set her sights toward Wickham? I did not want to believe it. She spoke, her tone measured.
He told Mr. Bingley he would not attend the ball, and yet he sneaked onto the dark balcony to make inappropriate advances on you, while breaking his promises to every other lady to whom he had also promised to dance. Mr. Wickham has told us many things, all of which cast him in a favourable light, but his behaviour last night was not that of a gentleman.
Miss Lydia's face turned red.
He is 100 times more of a gentleman than Mr. Darcy.
And yet it was Mr. Darcy who saved you from ruin and spared our family's reputation with his quick action.
Her blunt censure was logical. She spoke only facts, and yet my chest puffed with pride at her defence of me.
Mr. Bennet leaned forward, skin pale and voice grave.
I thank you for your service to my family, Mr. Darcy, but I must also inquire how you came to arrive in my kitchen with Lizzie looking as though she had been ravaged.
I came to apologize for my unkind comments at the Meryton Assembly. My face burned, embarrassment spreading through my body as I uttered the words again to a much larger group than I had intended to hear. I met Miss Elizabeth along the path. It was slippery, and she was agitated.
She would never have been out of doors had she accepted Mr. Collins's proposal as she should have,
complained Mrs. Bennet. I swallowed my offence. It was an innocent accident, but I am aware of what conclusions you must have drawn when we arrived here. Mr. Bennet waved off my comment.
Nonsense. In light of recent events, you are obviously an honourable gentleman. If you declare nothing untoward transpired between you and Lizzie, I see no need to discuss the matter any further.
He looked at Elizabeth, eyebrows raised.
Have you anything to add to this account?
She shook her head. Mrs. Bennet pulled out her handkerchief and waved her face with it.
2 wasted proposals in one day.
She turned to me.
Mr. Darcy, unless you wish to be tied to a rebellious, headstrong bride, you will stay away from Longbourn.
She levelled her gaze at each of her daughters, her eyes squinting in her intensity.
Girls, I do not want to hear a word of this from any of you, and unless you wish to force Mr. Darcy to become your brother and make yourselves the targets of your friends' pity, we know he is not so disagreeable as others say he is, but they do not, you will say nothing to anyone, not even your Aunt Phillips or the Lucas girls.
She stared them down until she secured a guarantee from all 5 of her daughters. Having no further need to linger, I donned my coat with the help of Mr. Hill and collected my horse from the pear tree. Fortified with cake, tea, and a stolen handkerchief, I rode toward Meryton. Chapter 7. Every gentleman within a reasonable riding distance of Meryton met on Wednesday afternoons to play chess, exchange news and opinions, debate politics, and eat and drink without the supervision or disapproval of their wives and mothers. These meetings lasted well into the night and were very well attended, according to my source of information, Sir William Lucas. The Golden Lion was too grand a name to describe the establishment designated to house these important weekly meetings, but the inn was clean and the innkeeper was affable. He motioned over his shoulder toward a hallway that led to the private parlours.
Just follow your ears to the gentleman. Will it be wine or ale, or something a little less common for you, sir?
I rarely imbibed when I was in social groups, preferring to keep full control of my faculties, but if I wished to win the favour of Meryton's finest, it was necessary to join them. 1 drink might be sufficient. I will have whatever the other gentlemen are having.
Ale it is, then. I'll bring it in shortly.
Nodding my thanks, I continued down the hall, following the boisterous sounds of lively discourse to the first door on the left. A dozen gentlemen had convened in clusters, newspapers strewn about between ale tankards and plates of roast beef, rolls, and butter. All fell silent when I entered the room. Bingley's mouth dropped open. My inclination was to take affront at their bewilderment, but Mrs. Bennet's voice whispered at my shoulder like a conscience. Given the silence in the room, she was not the only one to think poorly of me. Right on cue, the innkeeper arrived with my ale. Taking it from him, I held it up to the group, asked him to bring in another round, and took a sip of the beverage. It tasted better than I expected. By the time I lowered the pewter from my lips, Bingley had found his tongue, and the appreciative landowners were welcoming me heartily to their pack. I joined Bingley's group, taking great care to greet everyone and exchange a few pleasant words. The men had as much gossip to exchange as the ladies did after the Netherfield ball, although I heard nary a comment about coiffures, other than the occasional jab at each other's lack of hair, or the fineries worn. What was fashion to horses, hounds, and pheasant hunting? Having nothing further to say on those subjects, the weather, or the roads, I sought Sir William Lucas, whom I knew to be capable of carrying on a conversation without my participation. His eldest son sat beside him, full of pride over his prized purchase from Tattersall's. An invitation to inspect and admire his recently acquired stallion followed. With neither a reason to refuse nor the heart to dampen his enthusiasm, I accepted and agreed to call at Lucas Lodge on the morrow. After a few hours, another tankard of excellent ale, and several games of darts, it was drawing close to the dinner hour. Having arrived last, I decided it best not to be among the first to depart, so I remained behind and waited for Bingley to bid his farewells. He was in no hurry, though. It became increasingly difficult to hide my desire to stand by the window and observe the occupants of the room in contemplative silence without adding to my reputation of arrogant aloofness. I slid nearer to Bingley, hoping my presence might inspire in him a desire to return to his home. Even Sir William and his son had decided it was time to go. I smiled and bowed at their departure, curious to see on the morrow how much John Lucas's claims about his stallion were true. The thought led me to the perfect solution, and I addressed my friend. "Did you not tell me there was a horse at the Meryton stables that had caught your eye?" Bingley bolted upright and out of his chair. "I had forgotten." He scratched his head and turned to me. "Do you suppose it is too dark to have a look?" "At the least you could make arrangements to inspect the horse on the morrow in the daylight." "It is a good plan. Let us go directly before I forget again." We bowed our leave and finally reached the hall, only to find Sir William and his son on either side of Mr. Collins, who looked more sombre than usual. Already knowing the cause of his distress, I sought to quietly slip by him. However, upon spotting me and Bingley, Sir William begged us to join them. He rested his hand on Mr. Collins's shoulder. "What ails you, dear fellow? You look as though your favourite horse ran off." The clergyman sighed deeply. "My esteemed patroness charged me with an important mission here, and I have failed her." His dismay over Lady Catherine's disapproval far eclipsed any personal heartache he might have suffered over the lady who had refused him. I could only imagine how he had framed his proposal. My aunt must have featured prominently in his speech. No wonder Elizabeth refused. If Mr. Collins's purpose in life was to please my aunt, he was doomed to a life of misery. She disapproved of everyone and everything. While I genuinely pitied him for the life of frustration to which he was bound, I could not help but be grateful Elizabeth refused to share it with him. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his face. "I do not know how I shall return to my parish bearing the burden of this dreadful news." Sir William, not knowing my aunt or her tendency to dictate other people's lives, motioned for a drink to be brought for his new friend. "What is this? If there is any way I might assist you, I assure you that I am at your disposal, sir." What Mr. Collins relayed was only sufficient to provide some clarity to the others regarding what had occurred, as he, understandably, would not wish to expose the extent of his humiliation. Nor did Sir William allow him to continue once the source of the clergyman's distress had been grasped.
"Refused, you say?"
he gasped, one hand rubbing his chin pensively.
"My good fellow, I take it you have quit Longbourn? Where are you staying presently?"
"I have taken a room here for the night. I intend to rehearse my reason for returning unbetrothed to Lady Catherine." Sir William draped his arm over his shoulders.
"A man of the cloth staying at a public inn? As fine an establishment as this is, it pains me to hear it. I would be happy to welcome you as my guest at Lucas Lodge, sir. Who knows, perhaps we might come to an arrangement to assuage your patroness's wish. My eldest daughter is known to be a sensible creature. She would do any gentleman credit."
This prospect cheered Mr. Collins greatly, again proving his pride had suffered far more injury than his heart. Eager to pursue his goal, or rather Lady Catherine's, he went to settle accounts with the innkeeper. Mr. Lucas clapped his father on the back.
"Well done, Papa. Charlotte will be pleased."
I was at a loss to understand how any lady would be pleased to receive a proposal so soon after the man had made an offer to another. Did Collins possess no romantic inclination at all? As though sensing my doubt, Sir William nodded at me.
"My Charlotte is not romantic. She is practical and will act sensibly. I dare anyone to find fault in her steady character."
He jabbed me in the arm, leaning in.
"I am aware her ladyship is your aunt. Pray inform her of my presentation at St. James's. It should predispose her toward my Charlotte."
In the face of his certainty that his daughter would accept a marriage proposal not yet offered, I promised what I could. If Mr. Collins makes an offer, and Miss Lucas accepts, I will make a point to speak favourably of her to my aunt. Indeed, I thought highly of Miss Lucas, much higher than I did of my aunt's choice of rector. It was difficult to believe a man such as Mr. Collins was capable of inspiring tender emotion in any woman, or even respect. What would Elizabeth think of such a match? Would she seek to dissuade her friend, as I would have tried to dissuade Bingley had I not been locked in the library at the ball? I suspected so. She would see it as her duty as a good friend, just as I would. And I would have been wrong. Perhaps Elizabeth would also be wrong to advise Miss Lucas. Unlike Bingley, however, her friend had a more decisive character. If she wished to marry and held no romantic expectations, she could do far worse than to accept Mr. Collins. He had a home and a gentlemanly profession that would provide for them well. If she managed her husband and circumstances wisely, she could live comfortably. In that regard, her happiness was entirely in her control. What had seemed distasteful at first became rational the more I thought about it, though I doubted Elizabeth would find anything to recommend the match. She would never be satisfied with such an arrangement, and she would not understand how her close friend could be content with her choice. Sir William chuckled and rubbed his hands together.
"Oh, but Mrs. Bennet will be vexed. I would love to see her face when she hears the news."
A devilish grin spread over his jolly face.
"I shall allow my wife the privilege of calling to share in our joy."
His son cackled.
"We ought to thank Miss Lizzie for refusing the poor man." "Such are the consequences of encouraging extensive reading."
Sir William shook his head.
"Miss Lizzie always has her nose in a book. She is lively company, though. Never a dull moment when she is in the room."
Those were some of the very qualities in the lady that I most admired. She was not content to live in ignorance or accept the views of others without examining them. Granted, she was blind to false charm, but I could not fault her for that. Wickham had spent his lifetime perfecting the art of deception. He had fooled my own father for years. Bingley and I departed before Mr. Collins returned from collecting his belongings. Darkness would soon make the return to Netherfield more difficult, but Bingley insisted that if we did not stop at the stables just then, he would likely forget on the morrow. He was likeably persuasive, and the owner of the stables was obliging. They arranged for the horse to be brought early on the morrow to Netherfield Park, where Bingley and his groom might examine him at their leisure and run him through his paces. As Bingley was more inclined to purchase the horse than not, I said nothing about the overly generous arrangement. Instead, I took to inspecting the horse as quickly and thoroughly as I could in the dimming light, for obvious injuries the owner's groom might later accuse my trusting friend of inflicting. Bingley would never think of being taken advantage of in such a manner, as he always thought the best of people. The groom watched me and nodded knowingly. "You are cautious for your friend, sir. It is fair. Allow me to assure you the horse is sound as of this moment." I nodded, still sceptical, but more inclined to believe him honest. To Bingley he added, "He is a touch flighty, but you do not strike me as a man who is easily unseated." Bingley chuckled and stroked his hand down the horse's neck. "I hope not." The stable boy set down his wheelbarrow. "He won't hang around if you end up on your backside in the mud." His employer shushed him with a look. "That is no business of yours, lad." He nodded at the horse. "He is right, though. This one is not likely to stand around waiting for you to get off the ground. He'll find his way back here, where we'll see to his needs and keep him for you. No doubt, though, if you choose to buy him, he'll get so comfortable at Netherfield that he will soon forget this place." The following day, the horse was delivered and received the approval of both Bingley's groom and mine. I donned my brushed riding coat and polished boots to meet my friend out in the stables and test the newly arrived gelding. My groom met me at my horse's stall, twisting his hat in his hands. "He's off his feed this morning, Mr. Darcy. Seems sound in every other respect, but I should keep an eye on him." "You are welcome to my horse," offered Bingley, his eyebrows furrowed in concern. Turning to the stable boy laying fresh straw, he said, "Have the new horse saddled for Mr. Darcy?" "The horse from Meryton. Would you not rather ride him yourself?" I asked. Bingley shoved his hand through his hair. "I have a great deal too much on my mind to give examination of the horse my full attention." His uncharacteristic response concerned me. Bingley never had too much on his mind. He had the special talent to live from moment to moment and see the silver lining in every cloud. It was a cheerful way to live, if not oftentimes impractical. When I continued to regard him with a questioning gaze, he shoved his hand through his hair again and came perilously close to scowling. "Louisa and Caroline believe a match between me and Miss Bennet would be disastrous." This was no surprise to me. However, I wondered whether his attachment to Miss Bennet was strong enough to withstand the disapproval of his sisters. "Do you agree?" "How can I? Miss Bennet is the daughter of a gentleman. Her position is superior to mine. The advantage is all mine." His sisters would disagree, vehemently. They would accuse her of marrying Bingley for his fortune. To have any chance of standing up to them, he would do well to prepare a rebuttal. What of her lack of fortune? He scoffed. "What is the benefit of possessing a fortune if it does not provide the freedom to select a wife who looks at me the way she does? I would not want a wife who prefers wealth more than my company, so why would I do the same?" His reasoning was solid. Had the Bennets been moved by fortune, they would have sunk their claws into me at the first opportunity. I had expected it, but they had rejected me both times the occasion had presented itself. The Bennets may be many things, but they certainly were not afflicted with avarice. A shadow fell over the pavers, and I turned to see a maid bob a curtsy. "My apologies, Mr. Bingley, but I'm sent by Mrs. Hurst to fetch you. She begs you to return to the house immediately." Bingley stepped toward her. "What has happened?" The maid hesitated. "Apparently Mr. Hurst is unwell. He will not eat his breakfast." He and my horse both. Like my horse, Hurst never missed a meal. Perhaps he truly was unwell, but I doubted it. Bingley sighed and frowned. "I will be in directly." Once she had retreated a fair distance, he mumbled, "They are trying to prevent me from calling at Longbourn. I told them I would be going to Lucas Lodge to look at a horse." "You would have stopped at Longbourn before you returned." "Of course I would have, but I did not tell them that." He took his gloves out of his pocket and smacked them against his hand. "Very well. I will do as they bid and send for the apothecary or the surgeon as necessary, but I still wish you would ride the new horse. He is already saddled and looks eager to go." This change of plans would have prevented me from calling on my own at Lucas Lodge, had Mrs. Bennet's poor opinion of me not circulated in my mind. With no other option but to continue as originally planned, I first focused my attention on Bingley's prospective acquisition. I ran him through his paces, noting his response to my commands. He was quick, if a touch flighty, just as the stable owner had said. The gelding would require a steady hand. Once I sensed his jitters had subsided, and I had no other excuse to delay, I directed his steps to Lucas Lodge. Here I was, making a call I would rather not make on a horse I would rather not be riding. And for what? To appease a woman whose opinion ought to signify nothing to me. A thick raindrop plunked against my hat and rolled off the brim. The sky rumbled and cracked, and the gelding shied to the side. I calmed him and glanced at the clouds, grateful to be just a mile or so from Lucas Lodge and shelter. I had not covered half a mile when it began to rain in earnest and became foggy. I nudged the horse faster, tucking my chin under the collar of my greatcoat. Ahead and to the left of the footpath upon which I rode, a figure emerged. A woman. She was running toward me along the hillside, away from Lucas Lodge. I urged the horse to hurry, intending to get to her before she became ill in the heavy rain or got lost in the fog. Suddenly her arms flailed upward. A second later, she disappeared. By the time I reached her, she was lying in a motionless heap at the bottom of the hill. I dismounted and looked about for something on which to tie the flighty mount's reins. When there was nothing to be found, I had no choice but to hang on to them. Praying nothing would spook the gelding until I had a firmer grasp on his reins, I dropped to the lady's side. She clutched her ankle and groaned, and my heart stopped. Chapter 8.
Mr. Darcy.
Elizabeth reached for her sodden skirts, pulling them down over her legs even as her eyes pinched in pain. She clutched her ankle. I cursed under my breath. What was she doing here? She was soaked through, as the side where she had slid down the hill was covered in mud. A perfectly reasonable explanation existed, I was certain. Every other unlikely encounter with the lady had proven to me that, although circumstances might appear otherwise, Elizabeth was a sensible lady in possession of a rational mind. She laughed, an unexpected sound, but a welcome one coming from her.
Of course it is you. Who else could it possibly be?
Feeling more like a hero than an annoyance, I bent down to scoop her up in a swift movement I had performed only the previous day. She draped her arm over my shoulder and looped her arm around the back of my neck in a move we had unintentionally practiced more times than decency would normally allow. Thunder rumbled, and I began to tighten my grip on the flighty horse's reins a split second before the sky cracked like a rifle shot. It was too little, too late. The leather tugged free from my grasp, and the horse bolted out of reach before I could attempt to prevent it. With my arms full of Elizabeth Bennet, I was unable to give chase.
Oh, dear,
she mumbled against my throat, sending a wave of liquid heat coursing through my veins. Oh, dear, I repeated, my voice gravelly and thick. The rain poured in sheets now. Even were there a house nearby, I would not see it through the sudden thick fog and rain. I stared up at the heavens, thick raindrops pelting my cheeks, at a loss to know where to go and wondering how this situation could get any worse.
I do not suppose your groom is nearby with a spare horse?
I spoke through gritted teeth. He is at Netherfield caring for my ailing horse.
You are riding alone?
You are walking alone? The rain hardened into hail, striking my hat and bouncing on the ground. Desperate, I squinted into the fog, searching for anything solid that might offer shelter. Elizabeth burrowed into me, her face pressed against my neck, her body trembling.
The nearest building is a tenant house that way.
She lifted one arm and pointed. I started walking, in long, cautious strides, in the direction she indicated. We would be quite a sight for the poor family. I could only hope they were not too large of a family, for tenant dwellings were small, and we might cramp them for space until the storm abated. How long that might be, it was impossible to determine. Judging from the thick gloom surrounding us, it would storm for the rest of the day, perhaps into the night. A flash of lightning blinded me, a roll of thunder booming while I blinked to see. "That was close," Elizabeth exclaimed. Much too close. We needed shelter, and we needed it now. I prayed the horse would find its way to the Meryton stables without incident. They would see my saddle, but they would not be so reckless as to ride out in this weather. Boots slurping and sliding over the slick field, I clutched Elizabeth tightly to me, trying not to notice how her body moulded against mine, how her fingers intertwined into my hair at the back of my neck, how her other hand wadded my cravat at my chest. I moved faster, towards the safety of the tenant house and the people inside. The cabin finally came into view. I ran toward our salvation, chased by another bolt of lightning and crash of thunder. Shoving the door open, I charged inside, muddy boots and dripping coat, apologizing to the inhabitants for the intrusion. The cold, dark interior offered no comfort. Nobody was there. Not one soul. I did not know why I had expected anything else. Since meeting Elizabeth, nothing had gone according to expectation, or propriety. In front of me was a fireplace. To the right, a single bed. To the left, a small table and chair. It was not much, but I was heartened to see wood by the fire and a blanket on the bed. Hail pounded against the single window pane, making me grateful for the roof over our heads. Setting Elizabeth on the bed and pulling the blanket up around her shoulders, I occupied myself with the fire, looking about the fireplace until I found the flint to make a spark. Once the fire was lit, I spent an inordinate amount of time fanning the flames and placing the wood just so, in order to delay turning around to face Elizabeth. I did not know what to say, and I suspected she did not either. She had been silent since we had entered the vacant tenant house. This was now the third compromising situation into which we had found ourselves. Judging from the sound of the wind and hail pushing and pulling on the walls, we would not be leaving this abandoned room any time soon. Certainly not before one of us was missed. From the corner of my eye, I saw her sitting on the single bed, her hurt ankle raised on a pillow. I swallowed hard. Of all the stories of compromises I had heard or imagined, this was the worst. What if we were forced to stay overnight? I could not leave her here alone without protection in a stranger's cottage in the cold without food, especially when she was in pain. I hoped Elizabeth had enjoyed a hearty meal earlier that day.
"Mr. Darcy."
Her voice was soft, uncertain. Taking a deep breath, I finally turned away from the fire. She had wrapped the blanket up and over her head, her skin pale, and her eyes exceptionally large in the center of the opening.
"I saw him. Mr. Wickham. He limped."
My breath leaked out of my lungs in a slow hiss. I bowed my head, nodding and avoiding her gaze once again, not because I was ashamed, but because she probably felt that way on account of her sister. If she knew how near to ruin Wickham had brought my own sister, she would realize I was incapable of judging her. Her knuckles tightened around the blanket.
"Lydia is too impulsive for her own good. She has been allowed too much freedom, and I shudder to think what would have happened had you not intervened. I wish to thank you."
My head jerked up. She was grateful. To me, when I had unwittingly done so much to make her think poorly of me. She sucked in a breath and continued.
"I did not see the mark on Lydia's neck at the ball, but I knew you would never involve yourself with us unless it could not be avoided. What a scandalous sight we must have been that night."
Shame burned my face. Her observation about my attitude that evening was correct. I had felt so far above my company that I had spent the first part of Bingley's ball avoiding conversation, too busy criticizing to dance.
"I did not believe Wickham capable of the evil you described to me, but I did believe my sister naive enough to act as foolishly as you said. Her boasting about it made me angry. and hurt.
My heart plummeted. You would not be the first to fall for Wickham's charm. She shook her head so hard that the blanket fell to her shoulders.
I was flattered at the attention he gave me, and I admit my vanity suffered a terrible blow. But I did not love him. Any inclination I might have had toward him died the moment his name crossed my little sister's lips. She shivered. I am grateful my mother did not hear what Lydia said that night. She would have announced their engagement to everyone at the ball. I could not bear to have such a man for a brother.
The shake in her voice displayed her obvious vulnerability and raised her in my esteem. How many of her youngest sister's fires had she been required to extinguish to protect her family from scandal? It must be exhausting to always keep watch over someone so boldly reckless, and having a mother who encouraged such conduct, and a father who did not lift a finger to put a stop to it. A gust of wind shook the window pane and rattled the door, sending a frigid draught swirling through the room. I heard Elizabeth's teeth clatter, and her chin shook.
Mr. Darcy, I rarely fall ill, but if I do not get out of these wet garments, I fear I shall catch a dreadful cold.
Thanks to my greatcoat, I was merely damp, but she was thoroughly soaked. There was nothing else to be done. To insist on propriety would be to condemn her to certain illness. I looked at the bed. It had another blanket, a thin sheet covering it. How long is the sheet? Will it reach from the fireplace to the door? Rocking to one side, she pulled it free while I released the other. I stretched it to the top corner of the door. The rough wood stuck to the thin fabric, holding it in place, as I had hoped. Taking the other corner from her, I pulled it over to the small mantel above the fireplace, holding it to the side that would afford her the most warmth from the fire. She objected.
You will be cold on the other side.
I cannot place it in the middle without the sheet catching fire. You need the warmth more than I do if you are to lay your clothing out to dry.
There must be a way to secure it in the middle.
I heard the frown in her tone. I will be warm enough, I lied, but please lay my greatcoat out so it too may dry. Grabbing an extra piece of wood, I placed it on top of the sheet to hold it in place at its base and create a diagonal barrier between me and Elizabeth. While I could not see more than a blur through the fabric, I should have looked away, but my eyes would not obey. I could see her bare foot hopping and her shadowed figure as she crossed the space on her side of the sheet. I heard the scrape of the wooden bed as she pulled it closer to the fire, and I berated myself for not thinking to do that before placing the sheet between us. I was about to say as much when her skirt landed with a thud on the ground. I looked away sharply as though scorched by the fire, the image of her toes and shapely ankles and other parts filling my mind and threatening my composure. Another cold draught blasted through the room, and I welcomed it until the chill seeped through my waistcoat and shirt. Moving as close to the sheet near the fire as I could, I huddled there with my arms wrapped around my legs and pondered the insufficiencies of ladies' outerwear. Had Elizabeth possessed boots as high as mine, her legs would be warm and her ankles sound. Greatcoats might be considered too cumbersome for a lady, but they were practical. Apart from my cravat and the front of my shirt where I had held her against me, I was dry. The bed creaked, and I saw a large shadow plop on top.
You may take the sheet down now, she instructed.
It is not necessary.
Nonsense, Mr. Darcy. I am wrapped up like a mummy and perfectly decent.
I hesitated, recognizing the safety the barrier provided.
Unless, of course,
she continued, a smile in her tone,
it would offend your gentlemanly sensibilities.
At least she considered me a gentleman now. I could not help but smile. More seriously, she added,
You cannot be completely dry, sir. If you catch a cold, I shall feel responsible for it, knowing myself to be the cause. Please, Mr. Darcy, lower the sheet.
Another draught shook the door, releasing its grip on the sheet, and sending it fluttering to the floor as though it agreed with her. Chapter 9. My coat lay over the end of the bed, occupying most of the surface. Around it, Elizabeth had arranged her clothing, except for her stockings, which were draped over the lapels of my greatcoat. I cleared my throat and looked away. A blush bloomed over my face, and I turned toward the fire to have another explanation for my glowing complexion, while mentally chastising myself for being so missish. I was not a stranger to ladies' stockings. I was not a wastrel, but neither was I ignorant. But they were her stockings, and chemise, and now I was achingly aware that beneath the blanket under which she had shrouded herself, she wore not a stitch of clothing. That knowledge ought not to have affected me as much as it did. If I was to be of any use to her, I needed to abolish any untoward thoughts and behave like the gentleman I was raised to be. Elizabeth was injured, and she had no one to tend to her but me. I would comport myself with dignity and treat her with the utmost respect. Pulling the single chair closer to the bedside, I feigned an indifference I had not felt around Elizabeth since that dreadful first night at the Meryton Assembly. "Pray allow me to assess your injury," I said dispassionately.
"Oh, I am mostly recovered already, I assure you."
She spoke flippantly, but the way she bit her lip and winced proved how much pain she endured. As disinterested as I tried to sound, I was not unsympathetic to her plight. Our situation was a delicate one, but she required medical attention. I am not unqualified to help you, having rapped many ankles for myself and my cousins over the years. I will treat you with the same skill and care they demanded of me. She sucked in a breath, chewing on her lip and looking at me askance. I held still, palms up, hoping to encourage her trust. After a long minute, she nodded her head decisively and scooted backward to afford me easier access to her foot.
"Very well, Mr. Darcy. I suppose refusing your help will only delay my recovery."
She flipped the blanket off her foot. The flesh over her ankle was swollen. Blood vessels sprawled over the tender skin, which was already turning purple. I could not bring myself to poke and prod around the bruising joint until I had first eased some of her discomfort. Taking a deep breath, reminding myself the Lord was watching, I slowly, carefully pressed my chilled hands over her ankle. Her flesh was hot to the touch. She closed her eyes and moaned.
"That feels divine."
Dear Lord, was this how my assistance was to be rewarded? Overheated and light-headed, I considered standing out in the cold storm just so I could once again cool her skin with my touch. Thankfully, this madness quickly gave way to reasonable thought, and I resumed the role of a noble nurse. Gently, I tested the small bones around Elizabeth's ankle, feeling for anything out of place. I moved her foot cautiously to one side and then to the other, focusing all my attention on the task. When she winced, so did I. When she sucked air through her teeth, I did too. I had performed this service for my cousins many times, but never had I handled a limb with as much care. Cradling her heel in my hand, I concluded, "Nothing seems to be broken, but your ankle is badly sprained. The surgeon will likely confirm it is nothing 2 weeks of complete rest cannot heal." She opened her eyes and gazed right at me, crestfallen. I understood her. For most people, 2 weeks would be nothing, but to Elizabeth it would feel like an eternity. 2 weeks without activity would feel like a punishment to me, too. Sucking in a breath, she squared her shoulders.
"I have always been a fast healer."
Her defiance made me smile. 2 weeks will pass quickly. My mind raced with ideas to help her pass the time agreeably.
"If you say so."
She said it with so much doubt that I firmly resolved to prove my claim. "Permit me to wrap it for you." She nodded, and I grabbed one end of the sheet, making a mental note to purchase fresh bed linens in the village and replace what I would ruin. After ripping a strip long enough to suit my purpose, I wrapped the fabric snugly around her ankle. Reluctant to relinquish my hold on her foot, although aware the only proper thing to do now was to maintain my distance, I asked, "It is not too tight, is it?" She shook her head. I set her foot upon the pillow on the edge of the bed and reluctantly moved back to my chair, wishing I had something else to do to occupy my hands and my mind. Wishing the storm would pass, wishing it would rage into the night. What was wrong with me?
"How did we come to be here?"
she asked. A conspiracy of the fates, a coincidence of unbelievable proportions, a fluke I could not explain and to which I could lend no credibility, though I knew it to be the absolute truth. I was not fit to provide an adequate answer, so my response was another question. What do you mean?
"What were you doing when the storm hit? I mean, obviously you were riding, but where were you going?"
she asked more plainly. That I could answer easily enough. I was on my way to Lucas Lodge at Sir William's invitation. Her eyebrows arched upward into twin question marks.
"You have befriended the gentleman?"
Finally, I had done something to cast myself in a favourable light. Her surprise delighted me and lent me humour. Should I not better acquaint myself with my friend's neighbours? Or do you consider merit in society unacceptable?
"Not at all,"
she said, with a smile that quickly faded when her brow furrowed.
"It is only that—"
She chewed on the corner of her lips. The confusion on her face fueled my own curiosity. Please, Miss Elizabeth, say what you must. She scrunched her face in hesitation.
"It is only that, since your arrival, you have given the impression you consider yourself above our company."
Her eyes searched me for a reaction. She wanted to understand me. In light of our previous interactions, this was a pleasant change. She was showing a willingness to listen, and, perhaps, alter her opinion of me. I would not waste this opportunity by taking offence. However, I would encourage her to speak plainly, to avoid any further misunderstanding. You accuse me of pride.
"When a gentleman attends an assembly and refuses to dance or converse with anyone present? Yes, that is usually the conclusion drawn."
I could not dispute her logic. I opened my mouth, an explanation to justify my behaviour on my tongue, but it was an excuse, nothing more. I would not lessen my blame by casting it back on her. Nevertheless, I could not let her comment go completely unchallenged. After all, I had asked her to dance with me at another social gathering, an offer she refused. Is that why you refused my offer to dance at Lucas Lodge? A slow, sprightly grin spread over her face.
"Absolutely."
She winced. I did too, assuming the pain she felt was from her ankle, until she spoke again.
"Why should I want to dance with a man who had insulted my vanity? You are not the only one with pride."
She shrugged in an obvious attempt to convince me it was no longer important. For the first time, I experienced my insult as she must have felt it, and it stung me. At the assembly, I had not cared to widen my circle of acquaintances, had not cared to be presented to Elizabeth. I knew her better now. It bothered me that my thoughtless words had made her doubt my character, but the damage was worse than that. My harsh tongue had made her doubt her own worth. I bowed my head. You did right to refuse such a man. He hardly deserves to be called a gentleman. She regarded me seriously. I met her gaze, wishing to communicate my sincerity without a hawthorn hedge to hold her in place. I apologize, Miss Elizabeth, from the depths of my soul. My speech was ungentlemanly and unwarranted. I swallowed hard, knowing that once I said what came next, there would be no going back. She might spurn me as deeply as I had done her, and I would deserve it. It was also untrue. Her eyes widened. I pressed on, fully committed to righting the great wrong I had done. I find you very tempting indeed. I bit my tongue. I had meant to say handsome. She peered about us at the cramped space in which the two of us were temporarily trapped and looked askance at me. With a small, teasing smile, she asked, "Ought I to be afraid?" I appreciated the lightness she introduced and tried to tease in turn. Are you? Her expression immediately changed, and I was certain my attempt at levity had fallen flat. If my admission had caused her to fear, I would walk to Lucas Lodge in the hail and bring help to her, rather than force my company upon her. She shook her head, her face grave. No, Mr. Darcy, I am not afraid of you. In fact, she picked at a seam on the blanket, leaving me in suspense until she finally added, I cannot imagine feeling safer with anyone else than I do at this moment. With you. She paused, and my chest warmed at her compliment. We sat in contented silence for some while, safe in each other's good opinion, protected from the hail battering the roof over our heads. I would have continued in this happy state for the duration of the storm, but Elizabeth was not as inclined to reticence as I was. I savoured this small victory, and prayed I would not ruin these tentative first steps toward friendship. Chapter 10. No sooner had I begun to consider what a friendship with Elizabeth might mean than she put an end to my internal monologue. What moved you to accept Sir William's invitation to call at Lucas Lodge? She asked conversationally. More at ease in her company, I replied, He and his son invited me to see the newest acquisition to their stables. They have been kind neighbours to Bingley. I wished to call on Sir William to prove to him, and myself, that I have not become a complete bore. She smiled at me. That was kind. Though I will reassure you on one point, Sir William is much like Mr. Bingley in his tendency to think well of everyone. I doubt there is anything you could have done that would make him think poorly of you. He is kinder than most. My comment's effect was contrary to what I had intended. It did not inspire Elizabeth to smile. Instead, she chewed on the corners of her lips again. It occurred to me that she did this whenever she was anxious. He is kinder than I have been. Mr. Darcy, I must apologize. I mocked you to my family and friends, to whoever might lend their support to me and turn against you, a stranger and newcomer. I regret the damage I might have done to your reputation here, sir. So intent had I been on my apology to her, I had never imagined she might have a reason to apologize to me. The reciprocity soothed my conscience even more than her forgiveness did, and I was grateful for it. If your neighbours turn against me, it is because I gave them reason to think unfavourably of me. It is not a condition without remedy, and I ascribe none of the blame to you. She nibbled on her bottom lip, and then tried to stick out her hand, but thought better of it when the blanket slipped down her bare shoulder. Shall we imitate Sir William and focus instead on each other's merits, Mr. Darcy? May we start over with a fresh slate, wiped clean of all our offences and misunderstandings? I could conceive of nothing I would like better, and told her so. With a deep breath, she smiled. I wondered if she felt half as content as I did. Now that I have gained your improved opinion— Really, she must have no idea how highly I held her in my estimation. I shall divulge the reason I was caught walking alone in this tremendous storm. She squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head. I, too, was on my way to Lucas Lodge. I meant to call on Charlotte, but discovered Mr. Collins is now a guest in her home. Having only refused his offer of marriage yesterday, I did not feel my presence desirable. Would that I had been a fly on the wall to overhear that conversation. You really refused him? Most resolutely. As I could well imagine. I should not have smiled, but I did. Was that why you were not wearing a coat when we met by the hedgerow? Her cheeks reddened. I was irate. He did not believe me at first, and then he dared to insult me by declaring I teased him to increase his suspense, as if I did not thoroughly know my own mind. I had never met a young lady so confident of her own thoughts as Elizabeth Bennet. Even when she was wrong, her conviction was fierce. My mother claimed she would never speak to me again, and she has kept her word. She was not moved by the scratches on your arms and hands.
You spared me from the thorns marks too well. The few scratches I did receive were not enough to move her to sympathy when she considers me to be the source of our family's ruin.
She nodded at my bare hands.
I see the salve has soothed the welt.
I bit my tongue and nodded, unwilling to relinquish the memento sitting safely in my waistcoat pocket. Her handkerchief smelled like her hair, and I liked the smoothness of the purple pansy stitched on the corner. Had Elizabeth not been sitting in front of me, I probably would have pulled it out and run my finger over the thread. I had not given the delicate flower much consideration until recently, but pansies were admirable plants. They traced the edges of the fields long after harvest, surviving the downpours and braving early frosts. They defied the elements with a bold hue that refused to conform to the drab landscape. They were charming in their impertinence, much like Elizabeth herself. Right now she looked so delicate under the folds of the blanket, so troubled.
I worry about my sisters.
I wished I could console her, but she had ample reasons to worry. With their home entailed and the lack of meaningful dowries, the Bennet sisters had little that would recommend them to gentlemen of their station, even if the younger managed to avoid ruin before the elder married. An offer from me would ensure another from Bingley, which would cast the remaining sisters in a more favourable light, provided they sought guidance from one qualified to instruct them. Considering the length of time Elizabeth and I had been enclosed in the small cabin together, I was already planning to do the honourable thing and propose to her. Unfortunately, I was no longer confident she would accept, at least not to save her own reputation. And I did not want her to marry me merely to protect her sisters from ruin. I wanted more. It was a risk, but I decided to trust her. If there is one skill I have had the unhappy responsibility to develop, it is salvaging a reputation from ruin. Though she was too polite to ask, her eyes pleaded for more. I liked that about her. Her expressions were open, honest. I would afford her the same insight into my character. I began cautiously. I do not know what Wickham has told you about my family.
He told me you denied him his inheritance, she responded with a perplexed furrow of her brow.
That is only partly true. He sold his inheritance for £3,000. She gasped. It was more than I ought to have given him, but he was my father's godson, and he had been my childhood friend. I hoped he would use the sum wisely. However, not 5 years later, during which I heard nothing from him, he showed his face at Pemberley to appeal for more money. When I refused, he schemed to elope with my little sister. Another gasp. I added, Georgiana's dowry is £30,000. She was only 15. Elizabeth gripped the blanket around her, her eyes ablaze.
And Lydia is but 15. It is indecent. To prey on young innocents, it is sickening.
She shivered.
How can I trust my own judgment when I did not suspect his hypocrisy?
How quickly she had redirected her anger away from the one deserving of it. I could not allow her to assume any blame. You would not be the first to be deceived by him.
And you cannot reveal his deceit without exposing your sister. I doubted your character on nothing more than the lies of a selfish man you had thwarted from ruining your family.
So drastic was her change of opinion in my favour, I needed to be certain her conclusion was based on substance. I have given you no proof other than my word, much as Wickham must have done. Why do you believe me now?
He confided a great deal in me when we were only newly acquainted, and I foolishly believed everything he said without seeking evidence that his character was trustworthy.
Her hands gestured under the covers, threatening to displace them until she gripped the edges around her face again.
You, on the other hand, led everyone to think little of you when you refused to engage in conversation. Yet your actions since the Netherfield ball prove you are the superior gentleman. I would not feel so safe in your company here otherwise.
She paused.
Or am I wrong about you too, Mr. Darcy?
There was a plea in her look. Falling for Wickham's deception had, understandably, shaken the confidence she had in her judgment. I would never harm you, or endanger your reputation. I had exposed my faults and frailties to her, leaving nothing more to reveal than my growing regard for her. She tilted her chin.
You are an intelligent man, and yet you allow people to think ill of you. Why?
I shook my head and took a deep breath. Not even to Richard had I confessed my motive. It is the only way I am allowed any peace. She narrowed her eyes.
You sound like my father.
The comparison was not flattering. It is no secret that I am an unmarried gentleman from a good family and in possession of a large fortune. She nodded. From her perspective, what I was about to tell her would sound like the quibblings of a privileged dandy, or worse, a defenseless victim. I hoped she would see the humor in what I had endured and would not think less of me for it. Speaking through a clenched jaw, I proclaimed in a severe tone, "This season alone I escaped from 3 artfully contrived compromises." She froze, her expression too diverse to read with accuracy, until she burst into laughter.
Oh, the irony!
Snuggling into her blanket, she clasped her hands under her chin.
Pray enlighten me on how high society attempts to compromise a gentleman and how you skillfully evaded their traps. Clearly there is much I could learn from them.
I embraced her humor with both hands. Very well. I shall begin with the first attempt, as they escalate in deviousness in chronological order. She nodded approvingly.
Any lady accomplished in the art of contrivance ought to possess a healthy measure of deviousness. I am all anticipation.
My lips twitched, and I struggled to recall my last season with the same ire I had felt moments ago. The First Lady proclaimed herself faint from lack of fresh air at a crowded ball. I took her out to the balcony for a turn, certain of her true intention, once I noticed the couples who had been there only moments before had disappeared. What was more, the torches had been snuffed, leaving the balcony dark. Before I could retreat back to the ballroom, she fainted.
Oh, how delightful. Of course you had to catch her.
I tipped my head at her. She continued, more circumspect.
As I thought. Why should the lady suffer an injury if she can inflict greater damage on the reputation of the gentleman with whom she presumes to form an attachment?
I stopped, trying not to smile. What she did not know was that earlier I had sensed something was amiss and took defensive measures. When the young lady suggested a turn on the balcony, I had signalled for my cousin Richard to follow us.
You have mentioned him before. Are you very close?
My smile widened. Richard is my dearest friend and comrade. Were we not related, I would wish to claim him as family. He is only 2 years my senior, but he lords it over me with the increased wisdom and experience his superior age has granted him. We have saved each other from numerous scrapes over the years. I trust him implicitly.
I hope to meet him some day.
There is a good chance you will. He has threatened to join Bingley's party several times. He would like you. Elizabeth would like him too. I tried not to be jealous.
It is pleasant to be liked. Pray, how did he save you from this first compromise?
He jumped out of the shadows and offered to take my place so long as the young lady was agreeable to the exchange. Elizabeth's laughter trilled.
He is a bold one. Did she accept?
As agreeable as he is, Richard has no fortune or title, being the second son of my uncle, the Earl of Matlock. She bunched her cheeks and shook her head.
She will regret refusing him when her rich, entitled husband gambles away his fortune and loses his hair.
No doubt. I will have you know that the men in the Darcy line are well known for their thick hair and wise investments.
She laughed. Duly noted. What about the second attempt? I presume it was not as clumsily done as the first.
Not at all. I consider it a masterful example of trickery.
Excellent.
She rubbed her hands together.
Do tell.
I was invited to attend a garden party where I would have been the only guest. Had my indispensable valet not learned of the plot and informed me, I would have gone. Elizabeth tisked.
If I were that lady, I would dismiss all my servants for spoiling my scheme before it even had a chance to be realized. How disappointing.
You think that is disappointing? I thought it quite clever, though I clearly do not approve of such methods. She cupped her chin in her hand, her focus solely on me.
That is all?
What? You wish for more? Was that not dastardly enough?
She laughed. Oh, no, sir. Were I so inclined, I would think of a dozen worse ways to ensnare an unwilling gentleman.
I did not doubt it. She had not even tried, and I suddenly realized she had successfully captured me. My heart tripped in my chest. Clearing my throat and redirecting my thoughts before they took root, I launched into the final tale. The mother of the third lady slipped a powder into my wine glass at a dinner party. Sadly for her, in her haste, she fumbled the glass and spilled the contents all over the tablecloth. So irate had I been, so fiercely had I protected my independence, I had never appreciated the humour in these situations until Elizabeth's laughter filled the room. I laughed with her, anticipating other ways I might please her. In conclusion, I said, I dared not drink anything for the rest of the evening. Indeed, it rather put me off liquids of any sort for the remainder of the season. Elizabeth's smile faded.
After having received such deceitful treatment, it is no wonder you are not eager to befriend others. But, Mr. Darcy, if I am overly trusting, then you are too suspicious. Do you mean to suspect all society of plotting to manipulate you because of the machinations of only a few?
She was right, and I could not do otherwise than admit it after she had admitted her own fault so freely. It is true, I do not trust easily. Silence filled the room. My mind was full of uncertainty. Although I wanted her to understand me, I feared I had revealed too much.
And yet you have confided in me, Mr. Darcy. You have apologized to me more than once, and I forgive you with all my heart, but I am not without fault. Because I was so eager to justify my prejudiced opinion of you, I became a receptive audience for a man who did not deserve my confidence. I spoke unkindly about you to my family and neighbours. I helped him spread his lies, no doubt as he intended. I cannot think upon my behaviour without feeling ashamed of myself and realizing how I would have acted had I been more sensible. I am so sorry for the harm I have done to your name. An apology feels insufficient, and yet I have nothing else to offer.
Please, Miss Elizabeth. There was so much I wished to say that the words piled up between my mind and my tongue. I grabbed the only fragments that had crossed the dam. Let us not dwell on the past. Let us be friends. Chapter 11. The following morning, I awakened to discover my arm wrapped around a warm, supple body. Panic flinched through my limbs. She stirred, rubbing her cheek against my chest and clearing my disorientation. Elizabeth. She smelled of fresh rain, earth, and rose petals, my favourite things. Her hair tickled my face, but I was too afraid of disturbing her to brush it away. What if she woke up? How would she react? How should I react? The rain had lasted well into the night, and we had conversed until our eyelids grew heavy. We talked of books and music and horses. Most of all, we spoke of our families, exchanging story after story until I felt a closeness to the Bennets that only a better understanding of their past could afford. Gratified in Elizabeth's friendship, I slept as I never have before. It took a few moments for me to realize that I really ought to remove myself from the bed immediately. The sooner I dressed. My God, only a sheet and blanket separated her from me. No, that was not quite right, I discerned, as I identified the scratch of wool under my arm. My greatcoat. During the night, I must have pulled it over her. She had all the blankets as well as my coat, and although my left side faced the door to protect her from the wind, I had not been awakened by the cold. Nor was I inclined just then to move. I wished to stay here in this spot forever, with Elizabeth's head against my shoulder, her arm crossing my torso, her hand resting against my chest, and her leg thrown over my right side. Slowly, deeply, I inhaled the scent clinging to her hair, as I considered how best to extract myself from the single bed. I wiggled my torso away, but she mumbled and clutched onto my shirt, holding me in place. Much as I wished to oblige her unconscious whim, I knew it would be best to spare her the embarrassment of finding herself sprawled over me when she awakened. Perhaps I should start from the bottom, I thought. Inch by painstaking inch, I wiggled my feet out from under her and over the side of the bed. Success! A quarter of my person was out of the bed, and soon both of my legs dangled off the side of the straw mattress, my waist and arms coiled so as not to disturb the beauty slumbering there. But now that I had begun, I had to finish. I could not hold this contortion much longer. As I tried to decide what I should do next, a pounding at the door made all of my efforts to wake Elizabeth up gently for naught. A female voice shouted, "Lizzie? Lizzie Bennet!" Elizabeth jolted upright, grabbing my coat and pulling it tightly around her, her eyes whitening as the remainder of my body plopped unceremoniously to the floor without her weight to balance me upon the bed. "1 minute," I replied to the stern voice on the other side of the door. After looking over to assure that Elizabeth was as presentable as the circumstances allowed, I smoothed the front of my shirt as well as I could and stuffed my feet into my boots. Then I opened the door, occupying as much space as possible to prevent them from seeing Elizabeth immediately. Miss Charlotte Lucas stood at the doorway, and Mrs. Bennet sat stiffly behind her on the seat of a cart, markedly vexed. "Mr. Darcy," she said in a scold, "what are you doing here?" Thankfully, Miss Lucas spoke more to their purpose.
Mrs. Bennet was concerned.
"I did not sleep a wink all night. Such is the tribulation of a devoted mother,"
called Mrs. Bennet.
When Lizzie did not return to Longbourn before the storm began.
"Ungrateful, obstinate girl! We shall be cast out into the hedgerows, and here I am forced to ride here with the backstabbing viper who has stolen Mr. Collins."
Miss Lucas pressed her eyes closed and breathed in slowly while Elizabeth's mother continued.
"I shall never forgive Lizzie for this. My suffering is too great to speak of, too painful to express."
If Sir William had succeeded in his eluded purpose when he invited Mr. Collins to stay at Lucas Lodge, I understood the reason for Mrs. Bennet's distress. After hearing what had been said, Elizabeth must now suspect why Miss Lucas had been added to her mother's growing list of people to whom she would not speak, though my new friend would not be quick to accept it. Not a sound came from behind me, though I felt her stare burning against my back. Miss Lucas pressed her lips closed and looked heavenward, visibly steeling her patience.
The Bennets thought Elizabeth must have stayed the night with me at Lucas Lodge when the weather turned.
"I had hoped Lizzie would come to her senses. There is no hope for us now."
Lips tight, voice sharp, Miss Lucas continued,
"I did not know Elizabeth had meant to call at Lucas Lodge until a message arrived from Longbourn for her. I sent word back that she was not with us and immediately went there in the cart."
Talking over Miss Lucas as though she were not present, Mrs. Bennet continued,
"If only I had sent Mary in my stead. I was convinced Lizzie had changed her mind and had accepted him."
I could not leave Mrs. Bennet in her agitated state, so I insisted that she accompany me.
"I would be better off dead."
Miss Lucas clenched her fists at her sides.
We saw a bit of smoke coming from the chimney. Knowing this house should be empty, we hoped to find her here.
"I had cook, bake another cake."
Mrs. Bennet's complaints crescendoed into loud sobs. Before the calm, sensible Miss Lucas was reduced to pulling out her hair or lashing out at her resentful companion, I moved aside, allowing them to see the cause of their worry sitting on top of the bed by the dying fire.
"Lizzie!"
Mrs. Bennet scrambled down the cart, and I dashed forward to prevent her from landing face first in the mud. Once she regained her balance, her hysteria turned to anger. As I was the only one present to whom she had not taken a vow of silence, I received the brunt of her ire.
You! I ought to have known you would be here, though I cannot understand why, when you have made it plain to all of Longbourn and Meryton that you hardly find Lizzie tolerable.
Oh, I would be made to regret those words for the rest of my life. Crossing her arms over her chest, holding her breath, and dabbing her eyes, Mrs. Bennet demonstrated the genuine reaction of a truly concerned mother. Despite her relief, however, it was apparent that she would not speak directly to her uncooperative daughter. Elizabeth hopped over to the doorway, a trail of sheets sliding behind her like a veil under my coat. She wrapped her arms around her mother, who did her best to appear unaffected. Mrs. Bennet huffed as much as she cried, while Elizabeth kissed her cheek and reassured her. Miss Lucas watched the scene with one eye on me. She has vowed never to speak to Lizzie again for refusing Mr. Collins. I nodded. I am aware of that. Any tenderness Mrs. Bennet had allowed herself to display dried up at the reminder. Elizabeth, who must have sensed the change, backed away from her mother. She stood on her uninjured leg, and I offered my arm, which she grasped for support. Miss Lucas waited for Mrs. Bennet to speak. After a long period of awkward silence, she added, I had expected Mrs. Bennet to redirect her disappointment away from Lizzie completely when she learned my news, but such has not been the case. Elizabeth's gaze snapped to her friend. Oh, Charlotte, tell me you did not— Miss Lucas stood taller, her voice firm. Mr. Collins made me an offer of marriage, and I accepted. But he is ridiculous. How will you be happy? Oh, Charlotte, how could you? Mrs. Bennet glared at Miss Lucas, who bore the matron's scorn without wavering. I am not like you, Lizzie. I do not need affection. I only wish for a place of my own. Mr. Collins is not a violent man and will treat me kindly. What do you have in common? What conversation will you have? While I was happy to learn Elizabeth possessed higher standards, a rare sense of dread filled my bones. What if I was not as romantic as she wished her suitor to be? Would I meet her expectations? Mrs. Bennet stood with her hands fisted at her sides, her lips pinched together, and her eyes strained. Holding in her words must have taken every bit of strength in her possession, because she looked like she might burst. Rather than allow her to explode, I addressed her in an attempt at appeasement. Mrs. Bennet, Miss Elizabeth was caught outside in the storm. She fell in the mud and twisted her ankle just as I chanced by. While I was assisting her, the thunder startled my horse, which ran off. As Miss Elizabeth was injured, and we were without a conveyance of any sort, we had no choice but to seek shelter until the storm abated. The matron glanced at her daughter, who hopped back to the bed where she could prop up her foot. Just the small amount of time she had been standing had been too much. Mrs. Bennet's gaze turned back to me, calculating. Once again I prepared myself for the expected demand for an offer. But now I was not unwilling to make the grand gesture. Undoubtedly, this time there was nothing else that could be done. Elizabeth and I had spent the night alone together, and had even shared a single bed. While we both knew we had behaved as properly as any parent could wish, it would ruin Elizabeth if it became known. Mr. Darcy, might I suggest that unless you wish to be saddled with my obstinate daughter for a wife, you should stay far away from her? I took a step back in disbelief. After all this, Mrs. Bennet, a lady whose sole ambition in life was to see her daughters settled, would not demand a hasty marriage to a gentleman of wealth and circumstance. She was not unaware of the advantages I could offer her family. She had been the most vocal among the mothers at the Meryton Assembly. However, these attributes counted for nothing once she had deemed me disagreeable. I could not help but hold her in higher esteem for it. At the same time, her continued resentment shamed me. Still, right was right, and I would treat Elizabeth fairly. Miss Lucas was a lady with a practical mind and a cool temper. Surely she must see how difficult it would be to keep this situation from ruining the reputation of her dearest friend. Miss Lucas, I cannot in good conscience expose Miss Elizabeth, your friend, to the disdain of a cruel society. What will your neighbours say when they find out? I cannot imagine this can be kept secret, nor would it be proper for me to ask that you keep such an apparently scandalous scene hidden. I am willing to take the necessary measures to protect Miss Elizabeth's reputation. I clasped my hands in front of me and bowed my head slightly. It would be an honour. My ears burned. I wished I could see Elizabeth's reaction behind me. Mrs. Bennet, still determined to keep her silence against her daughter and Miss Lucas, pronounced her discontent to me.
Just because I am vexed beyond recovery by her does not mean I will treat her cruelly. How could I punish her to a loveless marriage with a proud man who refuses to dance?
What? It would seem that refusing to dance was my great failure, a flaw so grievous she preferred that her daughter marry my aunt's rector, the repulsive Mr. Collins, over a union with me. This was indeed a solid kick to my stomach. Miss Lucas shifted her gaze from me to Elizabeth, her eyes narrowing.
Contrary to what others may think of you, Mr. Darcy, I believe you to be an honest, respectable man. Tell me, on the honour of your family name, did you behave like a gentleman every minute of the time you and Lizzie were isolated here?
As God is my witness, yes. Elizabeth nodded, and Miss Lucas seemed satisfied.
I have no reason to disbelieve you, she declared.
I exhaled in relief. Finally, someone who saw reason. This sensible woman understood that Elizabeth and I must wed, despite having engaged in nothing immoral. I felt the corners of my lips tug upward, but I controlled the urge to smile before it broke out over my face. As pleased as I was with this outcome, I sensed I had a great deal of work to do to convince my future bride that I would do everything in my power to please her and that our union would be a happy one. I was fully committed to making it so, and I did not doubt that she would do the same. Two equally determined people could not help but meet with some success. Already I imagined laughter echoing down Pemberley's halls, servants whispering behind closed doors about how happy their master and mistress were, and Georgiana blossoming under the influence of a lady whose character I would encourage her to emulate. These thoughts warmed my heart, despite the cold. Never had I envisioned a future with such clarity. I firmly resolved to fight for that future. If I could persuade Elizabeth to see the upcoming years as I did, she would want it as badly as I did. We would be as blissful together as if we had chosen each other rather than being compelled to marry due to this unfortunate situation. I turned to Mrs. Bennet, but then Miss Lucas broke her contemplative silence.
I have no reason to doubt your word, Mr. Darcy, and I trust Lizzie implicitly. You both say nothing scandalous occurred, so I believe you. Mrs. Bennet is inclined to silence presently, and no one else knows what transpired. If anyone inquires, I will lead them to believe Lizzie spent the night here alone. I trust you will think of another place you might have been overnight to discourage suspicion and protect my friend's reputation.
I caught my jaw before it dropped, but only just. Dazed with disbelief, I asked, "You are convinced this is the best course for Miss Elizabeth's sake?"
I would rather see my friend happy than trapped.
The smile Elizabeth gave Miss Lucas shattered my heart. I was speechless. Just when I thought I had learned humility, my pride suffered another lowering blow. Mrs. Bennet turned to me.
"Since you refuse to converse with anyone outside your party, I trust you to hold your tongue at Netherfield Park. I will be seriously displeased if this interferes with my Jane's prospects with Mr. Bingley."
Her petition was the final blow. Not only did she throw my tendency towards silence in my face as another unforgivable flaw, she implied I might initiate gossip that would ruin her least favourite daughter and, by extension, her sisters. Reduced to a new low, repenting of every one of my squandered opportunities to converse with Bingley's neighbours or dance with someone other than my party, desiring to have done something, anything, to have made a better impression. I nodded, my head heavy on my shoulders. I felt Elizabeth's hand on my arm. "Mamma." Mrs. Bennet huffed and looked away. Elizabeth continued, "Mamma, I do not expect you to speak to me, but I beg you to hear me. You too, Charlotte. Pray do not think so poorly of Mr. Darcy. It is true he gave an unfavourable first impression, but you know appearances are often deceiving. Is your trust in his word that my reputation and virtue are safe not proof of his integrity? His propriety and respect for me are the only reasons I have this freedom that you so lovingly grant me. Had I been trapped with anyone else, I am sure you would not in good conscience have made the same decision." She looked at me then, sincerity etched in her countenance. Hope sparked in my chest. Miss Lucas nodded. "I am pleased to hear you have altered your opinion of the gentleman." There was no warmth in her tone, but I would have sworn there was a gleam in her eyes. I managed a small smile to convey appreciation for her defence of my character, once again ashamed at the reputation of arrogance I had rightfully earned. It was time I got to work and changed it. I could not start soon enough to content myself. To Elizabeth I said, "I shall step outside while Mrs. Bennet assists you to dress." Mrs. Bennet balked, causing me to explain. "Her ankle is not broken, but it is badly sprained. Although your daughter does not complain, I assure you that she is in a great deal of pain." The disapproving pinch in Mrs. Bennet's countenance melted away, swiftly replaced with maternal concern. She reached for her daughter.
"Oh, my foolish girl, let your mother help you. Keep your foot elevated while I help you into your gown."
I closed the door behind me, feeling Miss Lucas's perceptive eyes watching me. It felt disconcerting. I held my tongue, not knowing what to say, but wishing she would turn her gaze elsewhere. "You admire her," she said plainly. I did not prevaricate. More than anyone else. Never in my life had I felt more certain of anything. Elizabeth was a lady worth winning. That her friends were fiercely loyal to her only recommended her further. If I could earn Elizabeth's good opinion, her admiration, her heart, I would move mountains to make her the happiest woman to walk on the earth. Miss Lucas's mouth tilted upward. "You have your work cut out for you, sir." Lord, did I know it. Chapter 12. I carried Elizabeth to Miss Lucas's cart, where Mrs. Bennet received her daughter with open arms, fussing over her comfort and petting her hair. She would ensure Elizabeth got a proper meal and a warm bath. Miss Lucas sent word to her own father and Mr. Bennet that Elizabeth had been found and was safe at her home, attended to by her mother and sisters. They did not want my help. Though I was eager to give it, the circumstances made their refusal a prudent decision. Upon returning to our refuge, I moved the furniture back to their original position and folded the blankets. I swept the floor of the mud we had tracked in the night before and the ash from the fire, leaving the place much as we had found it. My stomach grumbled, reminding me I had not eaten since the day prior. If I returned to Netherfield Park on foot, I could secure a meal and a hot bath. I believed Bingley was not overly concerned that I had not returned, as he should know I would act sensibly and seek shelter from the storm. However, once he learned the horse upon which I had left Netherfield had arrived at the Meryton stables without its rider, he would be frantic. The hour was still early, fueling my belief that I might intercept the horse and rider before they set out for Netherfield. I could purchase a meat pie at the bakery, and thus avoid having to explain my less than pristine appearance to Bingley's sisters. I smoothed my hand over my shirt. Although it was in an unrecoverable state, once I tied my cravat and donned my greatcoat, most of the wrinkles would be hidden. The stubble on my jaw needed a shave, but I was not so dishevelled that I could not appear in the village. Certainly no one would notice the state of my jaw when the storm that had ravaged through the area would be of more pressing interest anyway. As I thought about it, I realized that there was bound to be some damage needing repair, and I was not incapable. The north of England was no stranger to savage weather. With so many families dependent on Pemberley's care, it often befell upon me to repair their homes along with every other able-bodied individual with the proper skills. Now committed to action, I directed my steps to Meryton, eager to begin my campaign to prove to Elizabeth's neighbours that they were not beneath my notice and attention. I would assist those who had no family to help them, or whose age prevented them from helping themselves. Confident of my current course, I started to consider what I might do to gain Elizabeth's favour, earn her respect, and win her heart. She would be unable to leave Longbourn for at least 2 weeks, perhaps longer. As someone accustomed to activity and the soothing beauty of nature, no doubt she would have to settle for books and conversation to occupy her time. She would appreciate a break in a routine bound to become tedious even for the most imaginative soul. Before an idea had fully formed, I reached the stables. The horse that had abandoned me happily munched on straw, his coat brushed and shining, his hooves picked clean and wiped free of mud. He did not look up when I entered, much less show any remorse for abandoning me. I could have kissed the ungrateful beast for the favour he had unwittingly done me. "Mr. Darcy, I just finished polishing your saddle and was about to return this fellow to Netherfield." Mr. Craig eyed me cautiously. No doubt he was amused by his knowledge I had somehow lost my horse. "How is he?" I asked. "I might ask the same of you, sir. We were worried when he returned without his rider during that storm. I would already have gone to Netherfield, but a tree branch fell on Widow Scott's roof. It took several of us some time to clear the debris." "Was she harmed?" "No, she is well enough, even if her house is not." I learned the villagers would be convening at the Golden Lion shortly to exchange progress and ensure that everyone who required assistance had a means to make their needs known. I listened to him intently and talked more than I normally would, even explaining enough of what had happened to separate me from the horse to satisfy Mr. Craig's curiosity. Once we had shared a good laugh at my expense, I arranged to take the horse back to Netherfield once I had made myself useful in the village. Next I went to the bakery, where I exchanged a few polite words with the baker and a coin for 2 meat pies to break my fast. He and his customers were busy discussing how the hail, howling wind, and flooding waters had affected them, and so did not question my appearance. After some nourishment, I felt more like myself, and knew what I needed to do before I called at Longbourn on the morrow. After penning a message to my man of business, I sent it by messenger with the expectation of a prompt reply. My instructions were clear and concise, and I was certain my man would not fail me. After that, I stopped at the Golden Lion. As Mr. Craig had said, the local men and several regimental soldiers had gathered there, the former focused on planning what needed to be done, and the latter on appearing to be in charge. Consequently, nothing at all was being accomplished. As I expected, Wickham was not present. When I had my fill of discussion, I roused several men to join me and set to work. We removed tree limbs, patched roofs, and returned items that had blown into neighbours' properties. Many garden posts needed to be righted, and I was content to lend a hand. It was dirty work, but gave me a glow of accomplishment, with the added benefit of justifying my rumpled dress and providing an explanation for my whereabouts since yesterday. Bingley would never question me, and his sisters would find no scandal to discuss so long as Mrs. Bennet and Miss Lucas kept silent. I worked long and hard, until the widow Scott insisted I stop and eat a hearty meal of beef stew she had prepared for our group. The baker, grateful we had spared him from having to repair his mother's roof, sent more bread than a regiment could eat. After working a few hours side by side with the carpenters, thatchers, and the blacksmith, they sent me off with friendly expressions of gratitude. The bolder ones among them treated me like one of their own, shoving my shoulder, clapping me on the back vigorously, and generally accepting me into their circle. I fetched Bingley's horse from the stables, confident that I had successfully shifted popular opinion in my favour.
During my ride to Netherfield Park, I crossed paths with Sir William, who was on his way to the village with a cart full of supplies for his neighbours and friends. It pleased me to report what I knew and assure him that his assistance would be most welcome. He departed with a contented smile, and I dreamed of soaking my sore limbs in a hot bath at Netherfield. I found that Bingley, too, had been occupied helping his tenants to repair their residences, dig drainage ditches, and move fallen branches. That we had been similarly occupied pleased him as well as it did me. He did not rely as strongly on my guidance in estate affairs as I had feared. I ought to have known. He was the son of a business owner who had raised him to have all the advantages of a gentleman, but without the ignorance. His father had taught him to manage the family's business, not so that he would continue with it, but to share what he knew best with his heir. I could see that this instruction was serving Bingley well, and wished more fathers did the same. Bingley inquired about the Meryton horse, and I told him enough of the animal's responses to my commands to convince him to purchase the gelding. Miss Bingley was the first person I saw when I entered the drawing-room before dinner. Bingley and Hurst played a game of checkers, while Mrs. Hurst yawned by the fire. "Mr. Darcy, to what do we owe the honour of your presence?"
Miss Bingley asked coyly, clearly thinking her question clever. It irritated me, so I did not reply. Who was Caroline Bingley to Elizabeth Bennet? Bingley skipped over Hurst's token, scooping up his winning piece triumphantly. "See, Caro, I told you Darcy would stay in the village." Mrs. Hurst shivered. "Such a dreadful storm. It kept me up all night." Miss Bingley fluttered her eyelashes.
"None of us could sleep for concern over Mr. Darcy's welfare."
Bingley rolled his eyes. "You thought he had quit to London. Darcy would not leave us without so much as a farewell to his friends, and certainly not when he knew Colonel Fitzwilliam might join us any day now." She huffed and sighed.
"Well, it is dull enough here. I would not have blamed him if he had withdrawn from this dreary shire. If you insist on settling here, I shall die of ennui."
Miss Bingley seemed to believe boredom was fashionable. I had never seen Elizabeth bored. She made a game of everything. The activities of the day to repair damage from the storm dominated the conversation at dinner. Miss Bingley made futile endeavours to make her pursuits sound as important as those of her brothers. As she had done nothing to assist her neighbours or her servants' families, her attempts to impress fell short. Hurst was currently exerting his energy to ingest the dishes placed before him, his exertions with his brother-in-law having sharpened his already ample appetite. His wife echoed her sister's earlier comments by repeatedly remarking upon the lack of entertainments to be had in the country, and asserting that were she in town she would not be afflicted with such boredom. Her apparent intention was to draw my attention to her sister, but every word drew an unfavourable comparison to Elizabeth. To alert with anticipation for the arrival of my messenger the following morning, I endured a restless night. I awoke before daylight to continue scanning the horizon for the rider to appear, bearing the gift I had carefully arranged. I first paced in my bedchamber, and then took my restlessness down to the parlour, where I had a better view of the drive that led to Netherfield's entrance. As the morning progressed and the other residents of the household began to stir, I reluctantly went to the morning parlour to break my fast, my gaze constantly seeking the doorway, expecting the butler to appear there and announce the messenger's arrival. I glanced at the clock. It was getting late. Had the messenger's horse gone lame? Had some accident befallen him? I tried to explain the delay to prevent myself from succumbing to my increasing anxiety. It was too early yet to make calls anyway. The butler appeared, carrying a salver with the recently arrived post. There was nothing on the tray for me, nor had a messenger arrived, he assured me. I nodded at this news as though it meant no difference when every fibre of my body screamed in impatience. Bingley was disinclined to read the newspaper just then, so I dismissed myself from the table and took it to read in the parlour. There I sat, choosing a chair that faced both the road and the door. If the messenger came by the usual path, I was certain to see him. I opened the paper and attempted to read. but the pages could not hold my attention. I rose from my chair and began pacing, my need to do something overwhelming my senses. This was ridiculous. Striding to the door to call for my horse and change into my riding coat so I might meet the messenger along the roadway, I startled to an abrupt halt when the butler rounded the corner and stepped into my path.
Colonel Fitzwilliam has arrived from town, sir. Mr. Bingley will join you shortly, and Miss Bingley has sent for tea.
My cousin appeared over the houseman's shoulder, his grin wide. "Darcy, how good it is to see you!" It was easy for me to return Richard's smile, but I struggled to prevent my impatience from lessening my happiness at seeing him. Where was the infernal messenger? The butler caught my look and replied with a subtle shake of his head before retreating down the hall. Drat. Masking my disappointment, I turned to Richard, pulled him to me, and slapped him on the back in a brotherly embrace. "It is good of you to come, Rich. Bingley has talked of little else but his hope that you might accept his invitation." Richard stepped back, his eyebrows raised. "I had to see with my own eyes if there truly is an angel living in the Hertfordshire countryside." He jabbed me in the ribs with his elbow. "Perhaps this angel has an equally charming sister?" Elizabeth popped into my mind, and my previous thoughts returned. Richard would like her, and no doubt she would enjoy his conversation. Jealousy seeped into me. What if she preferred Richard over me? Bingley and the rest of his household joined us, providing the distraction I needed to restore order to my distraught mind. If Elizabeth did prefer Richard, I would wish her to be with the man who made her happier. In the meantime, I would put forth my best effort to be that man, to be her choice. The tea service arrived, Miss Bingley poured, and I returned to my chair with the view of the door and the road. With my attention thus divided, I did not pay as much heed to the surrounding discussion as I should have. It was a foolish mistake. The conversation had paused, and everyone was looking at me expectantly. Although Bingley would excuse my inattention, Richard would be more likely to make a game out of extracting the reason for my distraction. He grinned slyly. "Wool gathering, are we, Darcy?" Drat. Heart pounding furiously, I took in a deep, slow breath and held my gaze steady. Richard had not been here for more than a quarter of an hour, and I had already given him proof to suspect I was not entirely myself. Not that I was ashamed of my growing feelings for Elizabeth, only that I would prefer not to expose myself to the one person who would tease me most mercilessly about them. Richard cleared his throat, his eyes narrowing in on me. "I might have arrived earlier, but I stopped at the Golden Lion to quench my thirst." I held my breath, afraid to be hopeful. I had done what I could to make amends for my aloofness, but people often stubbornly adhered to their first impression. Would the villagers speak kindly of me to a stranger? One of Richard's eyebrows arched upward, the same way my aunt's did when she found me lacking. "You certainly know how to make an impression, Darcy." He turned away and regaled Bingley with all the wonderful things the locals had said about him, with no mention of me. I was in agony. Trying not to show that the omission had sorely disappointed me, I resumed watching the path leading to the house, while Richard related the latest London gossip. He revelled in news, and Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley were a most appreciative audience. His voice grated on my nerves. I could have caught up with the messenger by now, my gifts for Elizabeth safe in my possession, the first part of my plan in motion. Just when I felt ready to burst with impatience, Richard stood. "If I might retire to my room for a spell, your man of business charged me with a delivery." My head snapped to face Richard. Him? He was the messenger? Why in heaven's name had he not said so from the beginning? I clamped my teeth together and laced my fingers, restraining my irritation all the way up the stairs and down the guest wing to my bedchamber. No crate was visible on my first sweep of the room. I walked around, expecting to find a crate on the other side of the bed. Not there either. Frustration coiled in my belly. Richard had leaned casually, maddeningly against the wall, and now extended a note in his hand to me. I snatched it, tearing the seal in my haste to read my man's explanation. He had secured the last candies to be found in town, but the flowers had to be picked fresh and delivered early the following morning on a cart he had hired for that purpose. "When do I get to meet her?" Richard asked, pulling a box out of his pack. I watched him unravel it from the clothing in which he had wrapped it for protection. My appreciation for the care he had taken overcame my previous vexation. I picked up the box and plucked at the twine and brown paper left around it. "I aim to call today. Is she related to Bingley's angel?" "Her sister." "Ha! I knew it!" Richard clapped his hands together, his expression teasing. "I do not suppose they have another sister to spare for me." "It is a family of 5 sisters." His jaw dropped, as I had known it would. Richard would not marry until the war was over, much to the chagrin of his mother, who would rather see him happily settled and bouncing babies on his knee. He had decided to marry only when he could give his full devotion to his bride. It was a wise decision, true to Richard's loyal character. He would make an exceptional husband to his future wife. "If you knew how tempted I was to snatch one of the candies from the box, you would appreciate my exertions on your behalf much more," Richard pointed out. "You would not dare." "If they were not so rare, I absolutely would have dared." Richard was at my side. "Come on, open it. Let me at least see them." I rolled my eyes at Richard, but truth be told, I was as excited as a young boy with a wrapped present placed before him, all thrill and anticipation. I only sampled one Turkish delight in my life. They were always snatched up by those with deep pockets, sweet tooths, and powerful connections, preventing me from sampling more of the sweetmeats. After tasting that one morsel, I understood their popularity. The creations were as delicious to the palate as they were beautiful to the eye. With painstaking caution, I slipped the ribbon off the box, careful not to alter the perfectly tied bow, and peeked inside at the colourful, soft candies sprinkled with sugar dust and separated by glossy paper. These bite-sized works of art had crossed the ocean to get to a shop where a list of clients waited for the next shipment to reach British shores from the Ottoman Empire, and I had secured the last 6. My chest swelled with pride. Richard let out a low whistle. "What is her name?" "Elizabeth Bennet." "Will she know how rare these candies are? How expensive?" "Not likely. It does not signify." Richard scoffed. "Of course it signifies. Women like to know how much trouble we go through on their behalf. From the sounds of things in the village, you could use the help that this knowledge would give you." I sighed. "What did you hear?" "That you are as fine of a gentleman as has ever lived, hard-working, honourable, generous." He waved his hand, indicating that the townsmen had been generous in their praise. I was grateful, though I also knew I would have to redouble my efforts or risk losing all the progress I had made in recovering my reputation as a gentleman. One little slight, and I would be right back where I had started, or worse. Richard continued, "I also heard how you had insulted a gentleman's daughter, a favourite among the villagers." He let his sentence trail off, leaving me to confess what I had done. "I behaved abominably at their public assembly." "Ah, you never are your best at large gatherings, and you are worse when surrounded by strangers. Let me guess, this gentleman's daughter you insulted is none other than Miss Elizabeth Bennet?" I replied with a grimace. He chuckled. "If Bingley is courting her eldest sister, he will be disappointed he did not think of securing such a thoughtful gift." "Bingley does not have the unfavourable opinion of a strong-minded woman to overcome." Richard guffawed and clapped me on the back. "You are up to the challenge, I see. I am eager to meet this formidable female who has tied you in knots." I carefully replaced the lid on the box and pulled the bow back into place. If Sultan Abdul Hamid found success promoting peace in his household with this confection, I can hold hope they might soften Elizabeth's heart toward me. At least I can give her a novel experience. I could hardly wait to see her expression. She had such lively eyes when she took her first bite. I could picture the wonder in her eyes as she sampled her first taste, her smile when she declared the candy the most delightful treat ever to grace her tongue. The box was tucked into my pocket, just so, and I called for my horse to be readied. My two companions clamoured their intention of joining me. I did not wish for their company, but nothing would discourage me from presenting my first token to Elizabeth. She had already seen me at my worst, and I was now resolved to show her my best, today and for all eternity. Chapter 13. Bingley extolled Miss Bennet's charms all the way to Longbourn. Confident in my own impending success, I listened with more interest than was my wont. I wondered why, if he was so enamoured of Miss Bennet above all others, he had not secured a gift for her. Perhaps he felt it was too soon to grant her such a distinction. Did he fear he might change his mind? The thought made my brow furrow, but I did not feel it appropriate to put the question to my friend just then, not until I had proven myself to be a credible authority on the subject of courtship. We dismounted and left our horses with the stable boy. The houseman waited at the door, ready to see us inside to the front parlour. I had a question for the groom, but it would have to wait until my call had finished. Snippets of the conversation Elizabeth and I had enjoyed in the hut had given me a glorious idea, but I required more information. Mr. and Mrs. Bennet received Bingley happily. They were charmed to meet Colonel Fitzwilliam, though Mrs. Bennet informed him in no uncertain terms that their pleasure would increase exponentially if he would be so gracious as to wear his uniform rather than plain clothes for any future calls. The matron turned to me and sniffed.
"Mr. Darcy,"
she acknowledged stiffly.
"What are you doing here?"
I bowed and widened my smile. I assure you, Mrs. Bennet, I am calling today with the most honourable of intentions. Her eyes widened.
"Lizzie?"
I nodded.
"But you said she was not handsome enough to tempt you. You said—"
Before she could repeat anything else I had said, I interrupted. My sight has improved dramatically since the assembly.
"We are saved. Come into the drawing-room. The girls will have put it in order by now. Mrs. Hill, do bring in a pot of tea and the cake."
Mr. Bennet smiled wryly and followed his wife into the drawing-room.
"Yes, do bring the cake for our guests, I beg you. I have had my fill and would sooner give up my library than ever wish for another slice in this lifetime."
Elizabeth sat on a chair with her ankle propped upon several pillows that had been stacked over a footstool. She smiled when she saw me and blushed prettily when her mother pulled a chair closer to her and insisted I sit there. Bingley joined Miss Bennet on the settee, and the two youngest wasted no time vying for Richard's attention. With Miss Kitty hanging off one arm and Miss Lydia on the other, he had little choice but to join them on the couch, where Miss Mary perched on one end, her lips pursed into a disapproving frown. Mrs. Bennet joined the group in a chair nearby, and Mr. Bennet took his position where he could best observe the performances and make his own remarks for the benefit of those appreciative of his sarcasm. I leaned closer to Elizabeth. "How fares your ankle?" "Sore enough to keep me off it, but not so sore that I occasionally forget my injury and attempt to stand." "Upon which you are immediately reminded." "Precisely. It is a maddening injury." "That will take twice as long to heal if you are not cautious." She nodded, her eyes smiling. "You sound as though you speak from experience." "It is much worse when the weather is fine." The smile spread to her mouth. "True. With this rain, I ought to be grateful that the weather is assisting my recovery. Another week will do." "You said you were a quick healer," I reminded her. I would rather she give herself an extra week to be safe. However, I knew that were I in her condition, I would never agree to more. "It is miserable being trapped indoors when one would rather venture out." "A sentiment I share with you." I was pleased to be discussing something we had in common. Conversing with her was easy and agreeable, a delightful flowing back and forth. I reminded myself again that I must speak with Longbourn's groom before departing. If my idea was worthy, Elizabeth would soon have a means to enjoy the out-of-doors without endangering her ankle. We talked about books and music and the effects of the recent storm. The widow Scott had called earlier with a healing salve, a remedy she swore had helped generations in her family recover from all sorts of injuries. This, of course, led to an exchange about her neighbours and how they had been affected by the storm. I grew increasingly warm by the fire, but so long as Elizabeth seemed to enjoy my company, I would not hint at my discomfort. How grateful I was that I had not chosen to give her chocolates, or they would be melting in my pocket. After checking to ensure the attention of the other occupants of the room was engaged elsewhere, I pulled the box from my coat pocket and extended it to her. The satin ribbon gleamed. Elizabeth pressed one hand against her chest, her eyes uncertain. For me? I nodded and held it closer for her to take. Nobody seemed to notice, and I looked on in pleasure as a smile blossomed over Elizabeth's face and a comely blush bloomed in her cheek. "Thank you, Mr. Darcy." She slipped off the ribbon and removed the lid. Her gasp made everyone look our way. "I have never seen anything so beautiful." I replied softly, hoping her family would realize the contents of the box were not intended for them. "They are a sweetmeat from Constantinople. Those fortunate enough to have sampled them call them Turkish delights." She held the box so I could see inside. "Are you certain they are edible? They are too pretty to eat."
What is that? Asked Mrs. Bennet in a piercing tone, already crossing the room for a closer look. Her youngest daughters followed her like ducklings. Miss Kitty gasped loudly, "They are perfectly beautiful." Miss Lydia clapped her hands and bounced. "You must let us have one. I shall die if you do not let me taste one." Did Elizabeth's sisters not understand that the gift was not theirs? I sat on my hands lest I snatch the box away from them. Apparently intrigued enough to stir from his chair, rather than merely observe from across the room, Mr. Bennet approached us to examine the cause of all the fuss. Mrs. Bennet thumped her fan against his chest. "Do you remember when you would bring me pasties from the bakery? You were so attentive when we were courting." Mr. Bennet frowned, though the direction of his unhappiness was unclear. Was he displeased with himself for allowing his attentions to his wife to dwindle, or with me at the realization that I intended to court his daughter? Elizabeth clutched the box closer to her. "This is an extremely thoughtful gift. Mr. Darcy must have gone to a great deal of trouble to arrange for them to be sent here." Arranged to be sent? I did not like that. Procuring the Turkish delights had not been a simple task. My man had gone to a great deal of trouble. I sighed inwardly. Without the help of my man of business, I would have no gift to offer. All I had done was to order everyone about and pay generously. My will had been done with little personal sacrifice on my part. She looked at me then, her eyes sparkling with pleasure, leaving me to question whether she had intended to imply what I had assumed. Perhaps I had drawn my conclusion based on yet another misunderstanding. Bingley, too, got swept up in the excitement. "Great trouble indeed. I have made several attempts to try a Turkish delight, but every time I get word a new shipment has arrived, they are already sold out. There is only one shop in London that sells them, and the Prince Regent gets preference, of course. They are a favourite of the royal family." Miss Bennet commented gently, "If they are so rare, and Mr. Darcy gave them to Lizzie, then we should allow her to enjoy them without any obligation to share with us." Finally, someone with sense. "Speak for yourself, Janey. I want a taste, and I will not move from this spot until I get one," replied Miss Lydia, her feet planted beside the stool where Elizabeth's injured ankle was resting. Miss Mary, whose curiosity had moved her to join the rest of her family for a peek of the confections, furrowed her brow at her outspoken sister. "I thought you disapproved too strongly of Mr. Darcy to accept anything from him." Excellent point. I watched Miss Lydia's reaction. She pouted her lips together in thought, momentarily troubled. Elizabeth lifted her chin, her gaze fixed on Miss Lydia.
A proper gentleman seeks ways to contribute to others' pleasure and well-being. They do not make promises they do not fulfill.
Miss Lydia's pout deepened. From the angry look she cast to her sister, I saw she understood that Elizabeth's comment referred to Wickham. Still, she did not move. Miss Kitty jabbed Miss Lydia, remarking loudly,
You heard Widow Scott speak highly of Mr. Darcy yesterday, how he climbed onto her roof to make repairs along with the other men in the village, and she was only one of the many people he helped.
Mrs. Bennet fanned her face and scrutinized me over the lace-edged rim. She still did not know what to think of me, and I was not so disposed to optimism to believe one kind gesture sufficient to win her approval. Elizabeth caught my eye, and I saw the twinkle there, and the quirk of her lips. She held the box close to her chest, preventing her family from seeing inside, as she looked away from me and doled the Turkish delights out one by one. Bingley and Richard refused, saying they much preferred Mrs. Bennet's plum cake, winning them the matron's favour, as well as my everlasting gratitude. What had been an extravagant gift for one lady was insufficient for the Bennets. 6 candies for 7 people. My horror intensified with every paper-wrapped confection Elizabeth handed out. Mrs. Bennet moaned, Mr. Bennet smacked his lips, and Elizabeth's sisters expressed their approval unanimously. I watched in dejected embarrassment as Elizabeth pressed a finger into the sugar dust and raised it to her mouth. So well did she disguise the fact that there were not enough, not one person commented on it. But I knew, and I felt my failure intensely. Why had I not waited for a better time to present her gift? Her smile widened as her family expressed their delight, making me realize that had I given her the candies without them seeing, she would have shared them and been happier for it. There being nothing anyone could do or say to surpass the delight the Bennets found in the confections, we soon took our leave. Mrs. Bennet tapped me on the arm with her fan.
You are welcome to call whenever you please, Mr. Darcy. There will always be a chair for you in my parlour.
I turned back for one final glance at Elizabeth, wishing I could utter an apology without making light of her generosity. She caressed the empty box, fingering the satin ribbon with a look I did not trust myself to interpret correctly. From my perspective, my first attempt to woo Elizabeth had been an abysmal failure. Wanting nothing more than to nurse my wounded pride in private, I made myself pause at the stables, attempting to console myself that tomorrow's call would go better, but with little success. After collecting the information I required for another surprise, I joined Bingley and Richard, and we rode for Netherfield.
When you decide to woo a young lady, you do it proper, Darcy, Bingley praised. I did not realize you preferred Miss Elizabeth, but I am delighted to know it.
I was not encouraged. Richard rolled his eyes at me.
Look back at the window, you big lug.
I scowled at him, but looked over my shoulder. As soon as my eyes met hers, Elizabeth pressed her hand against the glass. My heart flipped and somersaulted. Beside her, Mrs. Bennet waved a handkerchief. Richard laughed.
If your aim was to secure the ever-loving devotion of a lady, then I declare you have succeeded with Mrs. Bennet.
I had to laugh despite my disappointment. My first call on Elizabeth had not been what I had hoped, but I would keep trying. Figuratively rolling up my sleeves, I anticipated the morrow and my next attempt. Chapter 14. The flowers arrived the following morning before I wore a path in Bingley's carpet, but only just. Eager to be on my way, I paid the driver of the cart, took one end of the crate, and, with Richard's help, carried my prize to my rooms. With bated breath, I pried off the lid. Nestled inside a bed of straw was a rectangular box. Inside, protected from the jostling of the cart it had endured from the gardener's greenhouse on the outskirts of London to Netherfield Park, were blush orchids, roses, leaves of eucalyptus, and clusters of cream-coloured hydrangeas. The stems had been wrapped in a lovely cream and rose-petal pink ribbon. The flower arrangement was as stunning as I had hoped it would be, evocative of my last visit to Kew Botanical Garden. Richard, who had pretended to be neither interested nor curious about my delivery until that moment, sucked in a breath. "What do you think?" I asked, as though my cousin were a crystal ball inside Elizabeth's mind and could tell me how delighted she would be to receive my latest offering. If her heart did not soften toward me at the sight of these blossoms, then I had mistaken her character. Elizabeth loved nature. She would marvel at the beauty brought to her from exotic lands. Richard cleared his throat and finally found his tongue. "Startling amount of pink." I did not react. The arrangement was perfect. The gloss paper-lined box would enable me to convey the flowers safely to Longbourn without damaging the delicate blooms. Time was of the essence. I must deliver them before they wilted. Tapping the lid back into place, I changed my coat and donned my riding boots. "Where is Bingley?" He would wish to call on Miss Bennet, if he had not already done so. "He has spent most of the morning with his gardener. Miss Bingley has grand ideas of building an orangery." Cradling the flower-filled box in one arm, I went out to the hall, where I came upon Bingley walking in my direction. He wore a beaming grin and carried a massive bouquet of pink flowers. "Look what the gardener helped me pick for Miss Bennet. Flowers from my own garden." I tucked my box closer to my torso, though hiding it was impossible. Richard must have heard Bingley's excited exclamation, because he joined us in the hall. Glancing at me, he cleared his throat. "So much pink." "It is Miss Bennet's favourite colour," replied Bingley, in good humour. I clenched my jaw. Had I not thought only yesterday that Bingley ought to make more of an effort to show Miss Bennet how much he favoured her? Had he not said that my gift had encouraged him to do better for her? Curse my interference. I could not discourage him now without behaving selfishly, and to act against my friend's best interest, even when it directly opposed mine, would be deplorable. I could not do it, no matter how badly I wished I could at that moment. Bingley turned to me. "I have you to thank for this, Darcy. Had you not shown me the importance of making my attentions more pronounced, I would not have considered bringing Miss Bennet flowers from my garden. She will know I thought of her, and spent a great deal of time selecting the best blooms just for her." Proudly, he held up the bouquet. "These pink flowers are camellias." He rotated the bouquet and nodded at a different bloom. "And these are chrysanthemums. The gardener suggested that I ask Mrs. Nichols for some ribbon to tie around the stems and some brown paper to wrap around them so the wind does not ruin the petals on the way to Longbourn." I could not show him the flowers I had intended to give to Elizabeth. My flowers would make his look countrified, and even more so if he did not hasten to wrap them up. Partially turning back to my room, further hiding my box of flowers from him, I said, "You had best do what the gardener suggested before the heat of your hands wilts the stems." "I shall only delay a moment, and then we can be on our way," Bingley exclaimed happily. Having the perfect gift for Elizabeth in my hands, but knowing I could not give it to her, pained me more than yesterday's disaster. But I would feel worse if Miss Bennet was made to feel that the flowers Bingley gave her were not as impressive as mine to Elizabeth. The younger Bennet sisters would be certain to comment on it. To be fair, Mr. Bennet might not spare his eldest daughter or Bingley from a pithy comment or two. My friend had been too pleased with the results of his morning spent with the gardener for me to undermine his efforts. I could not do that to Bingley, but neither could I go to Longbourn empty-handed. "Ride ahead with Richard. There is a matter I must attend to immediately." Bingley stopped short. "Nonsense, we can wait for you. And risk giving Miss Bennet wilted blooms? Time is of the essence for you. Waiting for me will only ruin your gift." He looked between me and his flowers. His hesitancy indicated that he would ruin his gift rather than exclude me when he went to Longbourn. "By the by, what is in the box?" I forced a shrug. "Nothing of import." Richard nodded to me before joining Bingley down the hall and clapping him on the back.
Darcy is right. Come, let us make haste to procure the ribbon you need and be on our way. He cast me a sympathetic look and steered our friend away, leaving me alone to wallow in disappointment. With a sigh, I walked with heavy feet to the stables, making haste so as not to meet Bingley and Richard. Was anything left in the garden that Bingley had not already picked? Elizabeth struck me as one to appreciate wild flowers, but I had little hope of finding any at this time of year. Although I did recall seeing patches of pansies during my morning rides. Elizabeth favoured pansies. Would there be any remaining after the heavy rains of the last few days? If I started scouring the countryside right now, I might gather something worth giving her. I had to try. By the time I rode to the nearest field's edge, I had convinced myself Elizabeth would love wildflowers more than their exotic but finicky hothouse cousins. Trapped indoors as she was, she would appreciate a piece of nature, something she might see during her long walks over the fields. Yes, wildflowers were far superior, I told myself. So long as I did not allow my thoughts to return to the flower-filled box in my room, I was satisfied with this delusion. I was a man on a mission. Unfortunately, after a considerable amount of time riding and searching for any colour besides brown and green, I despaired of finding flowers of any variety in all of Hertfordshire. A few times I was tempted to ask one of the farming families if I might pay for some blooms from their garden, but I could not deprive them of the little bit of brightness and beauty on their property. Wild flowers it would have to be, or nothing at all. After so much grass and mud, I finally chanced upon a patch of pansies on a field's edge. I leaped off my horse to pluck them before they disappeared. Their stems were short and delicate in my hands. I now understood why ladies used baskets to collect them, and I rather wished I had one. My hand would have to do. As carefully as I could, to avoid crushing either stems or petals, I held them in one hand while I guided my horse with the other, making haste lest the blooms wilt before I arrived. Bingley and Richard were already on their way back to Netherfield Park when I spotted them. Bingley was as happy as I had ever seen him, which was saying much since he was so often happy. His call had been a smashing success. His words, not mine. Miss Bennet had never looked so lovely with the pink blooms near her face, so gracious, so welcoming. I congratulated him, concluding Miss Bennet was more similar to Bingley in temperament than I had initially suspected. Elizabeth had told me so, and having observed proofs of her claim mounting, I now was in full agreement. Richard eyed my fist of pansies dubiously, but I had worked too hard to secure them to allow him any influence over me. "Is there anything I can do to help?" he asked quietly, as Bingley continued on to Netherfield. An image of the beautiful, wasted bouquet in my room flashed in my memory, and I cursed Richard for bringing it to my mind. Get rid of those blasted flowers. He laughed. I was serious. I do not want to see them. If I smell their scent lingering in my room, so help me. He saluted me jovially. Consider it done. Before he could delay me any further, I urged my horse onward. Every passing second was precious if I wanted these pansies to look at all presentable. Already their cheerful faces bowed in my fist. My reception at Longbourn was decidedly warmer than my previous one. Miss Kitty and Miss Lydia circled around me, their eyes on my pockets. Their interest soon waned when they saw I had no sweets. Mrs. Bennet sent for more tea and seated me by Elizabeth, who smiled widely to greet me. Extracting the perkiest pansy, I handed the single bloom to Mrs. Bennet. She pressed the poor thing to her bosom, crushing it beyond salvation.
"Mr. Bennet, see what Mr. Darcy has brought for me. Remember when you used to bring me wildflowers?"
Mr. Bennet had closed his book to receive me, and at her call he drew nearer to inspect the blooms remaining in my hand. I rather wish Mrs. Bennet had not drawn his attention to them, nor mine. On closer inspection, they were a sorry, saggy lot. I was ashamed to present something less than perfect to Elizabeth, but she had noticed the pansies, so I had to give them to her.
I cleared my throat, hoping to salvage some vestige of my dignity and good intent. They looked so cheerful at the edge of the field. I wanted you to have them. I grimaced as I handed them to her. Mr. Bennet said wryly, "Perhaps you ought to have left them there. They are the worse for wear." "No." Elizabeth clutched the pansies closer to her, one hand wrapped protectively around what remained of the purple petals. "They are perfect," she said softly, her eyes urging me to accept her exaggeration. I appreciated her kindness, but I was not blind. Mrs. Bennet cast her husband a withering glare, firmly siding with her daughter. Between the two of them, they would have me believe I had given her as handsome of a bouquet as the one sitting useless in my room at Netherfield Park. I was grateful for their kindness. Miss Bennet smiled, as she often did. Miss Mary extolled the beauty of God's creation. Miss Kitty swayed with her hands clasped at her chin. Miss Lydia pouted and complained that no gentleman had ever given her flowers. Elizabeth bit her bottom lip, her smile growing as her cheeks blushed a most becoming shade of pink, the same hue as the orchids wasting away in my room. My frustration renewed, just as the younger Bennets remarked upon Bingley's arrangement, which had been carefully placed in a vase far away from the fire. Swallowing my pride, I focused on Elizabeth's happiness at my friend's attentions to her sister. That Miss Bennet was pleased with flowers plucked from Bingley's own garden boded well for their mutual contentment. He was eager to please, and she was easily pleased. A winning combination. My gaze flickered to Elizabeth. She still held the pansies close to her heart. They could not be so dear to her as her gesture implied, but I esteemed her all the more for her sweet reaction when her sisters continued comparing my pansies with Bingley's bouquet. Mrs. Bennet, too, held her single pansy proudly. Mr. Bennet sat forward in his chair and frowned at his wife, who avoided his gaze determinedly as she carefully placed her pansy in a teacup before fluffing a pillow in the chair she insisted I must occupy beside Elizabeth. Miss Lydia snorted.
"I shall expect any gentleman who pays me attention to give me many gifts. The grander and more expensive, the better."
"Then you should accustom yourself to disappointment," countered her mother, choosing that moment to cast a pointed look at her husband, whose frown deepened before he lifted the paper to cover his face. Gently placing her pansies on her saucer, Elizabeth said, "My happiness does not depend on tokens, however welcome they are to me."
"Mine does,"
Miss Lydia exclaimed, like the child she was.
"Then you cannot love Mr. Wickham,"
exclaimed Miss Kitty.
"What has he given you?" "Nothing."
Miss Bennet moved to sit between her contentious sisters before they resorted to pulling out each other's hair.
"We can all agree it is exceedingly pleasant to receive a gift. However, I think the best gifts are those that communicate how much thought the giver gave to the character of the receiver, an insight into what that person considers important and most enjoys. Elizabeth's favourite colour is purple, and her favourite flower, the pansy. Mr. Darcy could not have brought her a better arrangement."
Elizabeth's eyes locked with mine, and the warmth in her gaze melted away my shame.
"I have walked these fields my whole life, and know how few flowers can be found at this time of year. What the animals do not eat, the rain and wind destroys. You must have ridden for a long time in the cold and damp to find these pansies."
I bowed my head. She had caught me out. Her mother and sisters praised my gesture, and Mr. Bennet's head disappeared completely behind his newspaper. Reaching out to touch my sleeve, the tips of her fingers grazing the broadcloth of my coat, Elizabeth said, "I shall cherish them." In that moment, I felt confident in my suit, and more determined than ever to show her how dear she had become to me. Chapter 15. In no hurry to return to Netherfield, and needing more information, I first stopped at Lucas Lodge. I did not wish to linger, but Sir William and Mr. Collins detained me with their empty verbosity. Fortunately, Miss Lucas kindly interfered, or I should have been there even longer. Upon my eventual escape, only sheer determination and a lack of self-regard led me to the residence of the Kings. After 2 cups of tea and another slice of cake, I was miserable from hospitality. At least I was now the proud possessor of the information I had sought. Less dejected than I had been minutes ago, I finally returned to Netherfield. Like a horse with blinders on, I breezed past Bingley's sisters, pretending I did not hear them when they commented on my long absence. Richard's booming guffaw reached my ears in the hall outside my bedchamber. I paused, my hand hovering over the latch. The flowers had better not be inside. Another burst of laughter, and I pushed the door open. The flowers were not where I had left them. For that I was grateful. Richard and Bingley lounged on the chairs in front of the fire, drinking my brandy. They held their glasses high, no doubt celebrating Bingley's successful courtship of Miss Bennet. Why could they not celebrate elsewhere? Rising from his seat, Richard closed the window and poured me a glass, which he offered to me with stunning generosity, considering it was my brandy. Reminding myself that I was grateful he had cleared the flowers from my room, not even the scent lingered, I took the glass. "Thank you." Richard beamed. "I knew you would want us to join in celebrating your success, and Bingley's." I did not feel like celebrating, quite the opposite. While I might have made some progress with my lady, my gift of those pathetic pansies was not the grand statement I had planned to make. I did not wish to relive the experience. But I would not diminish Bingley's joy. At least one of us was advancing his suit without any difficulty. "You did well. Miss Bennet could not stop looking at your flowers, and the rest of the family praised you highly." Bingley chuckled. "Did you see the looks Mrs. Bennet cast her poor husband?" I took a seat and set my glass down, not yet ready to imbibe more liquids. Poor? A man who does not actively contribute to the happiness of his wife should suffer the consequences of his negligence. Perhaps I should not be so harsh. When I managed to have a word in private with Mr. Bennet, he had approved of my next gift with weak nods and watery eyes. Richard and Bingley exchanged a look that put me on my guard. They seemed to be congratulatory, even smug. "The man could use a little nudge in the right direction," Richard said self-assuredly. "A nudge?" Bingley nodded. "Quite." They turned to me as though seeking my opinion. I had none to offer. My only desire was to avoid conversation about my call. Bingley clasped his hands together and leaned back comfortably in his chair. "How did you fare with Miss Elizabeth?" I grimaced. "Well enough." It was not a lie. Elizabeth's behaviour had displayed nothing but contentment, and I was pleased she had defended my bedraggled pansies to her sisters, talking of them as though they were the most precious gift I could have given to her. At least she had recognised the lengths I had gone to on her behalf. Perhaps my call was not so bad, but these 2 dunderheads would never see it that way. Bingley cleared his throat and shifted his weight. "You did not see anything?" His eyes flickered over to Richard, who glared back and clamped his lips shut. Once again, my suspicion was aroused. "What are you 2 about?" No reply. "What have you done?" I pressed more urgently. "Nothing at all worth discussing," said Richard, too nonchalantly. He leaned forward. "We would much rather hear about your call, would we not, Bingley?" Bingley nodded, his lips pressed together. I did not believe either of them. However, considering the secret I was keeping from them, I was in no position to force their confidence. "Tell me you did not envelop me into your scheme, and I will drop the subject." They both twisted their lips pensively, guiltily. I closed my eyes and rubbed my fingers over my throbbing forehead. "I swear, Darcy, you stand to benefit," Richard assured me. Lowering my hand, I levelled my glare at him. "Instead, swear to me that whatever it is you are doing, you will stop." "It is too late for that," Bingley added, "It is done." I doubted the result of their plot would be in my favour. Interference rarely works that way. Gravely, Bingley added, "I assure you I would never have agreed if it would undermine your suit, especially after the consideration you have shown me." My heart slowed and my ears buzzed. I glared at Richard. "He knows?" "About the flowers?" Bingley answered for him, quickly adding, "How could I not? You were holding them in the hall." "Come, Darcy, I would recognise a flower box. Besides, Caroline saw you receive the delivery and was sniffing outside your bedroom while you were away. Had we not disposed of the flowers so quickly, she would have smelled them in the hall. It took all this time with the windows open to clear the scent from your chambers." I pinched the nape of my neck, my headache spreading and tensing in my shoulders. I strongly suspected the flowers had found their way to Longbourn. I could not fathom why Richard would believe that was a good idea, and my mood had suffered too many extremes to risk asking for his explanation. With nothing left to do except that which was under my control, I set out to search for Elizabeth's gift using the information I had gathered. I begged the powers in heaven that this next gesture of my affection, for once, would not leave me humiliated. Unfortunately, the Lord did not see fit to prevent Richard and Bingley from accompanying me. Ever since Elizabeth's beloved horse had been sold the year before, nobody had kept the animal for longer than a month. Persephone had changed owners so many times that I began to doubt it would be possible to find her. However, Elizabeth had spoken of her devotion to the creature, as well as its faithfulness to her, so I discredited the warnings sounding in my mind. Thankfully, or perhaps detrimentally, the mare's recalcitrant habits had not allowed her to go far. I discovered Persephone grazing in a paddock on Mr. Gray's property, not 5 miles from Longbourn. One look explained why so many locals had attempted to add her to their stables. Richard whistled softly. "Superb lines." "She is a beauty," Bingley whispered in reverential awe. The mare was as perfect in proportion and appearance as any I had ever seen. Mr. Gray soon joined us, along with his groom. After the initial polite exchanges, he nodded at the horse. "Are you interested in taking her off my hands?" Either he wished to be rid of her, or he was testing my interest so he could increase his price. Leaning against the rail, he added, "She will not let any of my stallions near her, and she is impossible to ride. She is worthless to me, and it would please me to be rid of her, if you are capable of taking her away." Such brutal honesty against the man's self-interest could not be doubted. It was as admirable as it was discouraging. Richard was stunned silent. Even Bingley had difficulty summoning a response to this forthright admission. Elizabeth had spoken with so much love about this beautiful creature, I had been confident my proven skill with horses would inspire similar loyalty in the beast. But Mr. Gray's description of Persephone's contrary nature gave me pause. Once again, I questioned the soundness of my plan. Would this be like the time my sister fell in love with a baby rat she found in her grate? She had nursed the motherless creature to health and let it live in our mother's dollhouse until half of the servants in my household threatened to quit if I did not get rid of the pet only Georgiana could love. I had paid a boy to care for her rat and came home with a fluffy kitten to appease her. Would Elizabeth appreciate a kitten? "Is she so difficult?" I asked. Mr. Gray guffawed. "Difficult is putting it lightly." He addressed his groom. "Show the gentleman what she does." With a smirk, the groom retreated to the tack room, emerging minutes later with a saddle. As soon as the mare saw him, she went still, her ears turning in his direction. When he entered the paddock, she dropped to her knees and lay on the ground. He moved close enough to touch her, and she wheezed. "Is she snoring?" gasped Bingley. Mr. Gray snorted disgustedly. "She is pretending to sleep. She will lay there for hours to avoid being ridden.
If by some miracle my daughter does get in the saddle, the cantankerous beast will ram her legs into every obstacle and will walk under low branches to scrape her off." He then motioned at his groom, who carried the saddle away and closed the paddock behind him. Persephone immediately rose to her feet, but watched him suspiciously, poised to drop again at his slightest shift in her direction. Just like that, the demonstration was finished. I imagined Elizabeth's delighted smile and promptly made my decision. Extracting an apple from my pocket, I clucked my tongue to get Persephone's attention. "Is tomorrow soon enough?" Richard looked at me askance, no doubt questioning my soundness of mind. I could not blame him. Mr. Gray looked at me, amazed at his good fortune. "You truly want her?" "I do." Now it only remained for me to figure out how to convince the mare to trust me so I could return her to Longbourn on the morrow. Chapter 16. 3 days later, I slipped my knife into my boot and Elizabeth's handkerchief into my coat pocket, then opened my bedchamber door and peeked down the hall. Seeing no one, I padded softly down the carpet, watching for movement and holding my breath until I reached the stairwell and gained the lower floor. The doorman saw me, and I held my finger up to my lips, greeting him silently and bidding him to do the same, lest he alert anyone in the household. After so many failures, I was determined this plan should succeed. No Richard, no Bingley, no surprises. I would stoop to desperate lows if Persephone required it, and I would rather have no audience to observe my humiliation. Rounding the stairwell, I went to the kitchen. The cook was happy to hand me 2 apples, as she had done the previous 2 days. These I slipped into my greatcoat pocket. The good woman asked no questions, and I offered no explanation. From the stables I borrowed a halter. I continued on foot down the drive to the path leading to the Gray estate, a mere 2 miles, an easy distance. It felt odd to walk over the fields, but I was about to have my hands full and would need to work quickly. The ease with which I had departed from the house troubled me. It had been too easy. Every unexpected sound made me flinch and look over my shoulder. Had Richard or Bingley seen me leave from their windows? Would they follow me? Suspicions rising with every step, I picked up my pace, eager to arrive at the Greys. The groom greeted me, but as nothing noteworthy had happened during my 2 visits following my introduction to the horse, he continued about his duties. Mr. Gray had already been paid the requested sum and stated I was free to come and go as I pleased, so long as Persephone was gone by the end of the week. Now it only remained for me to collect the mare and lead her to Longbourn. The group of servants that had gathered around the paddock those first days had dwindled. There were only 2 boys lingering in hopes of a spectacle. I patted my pockets once again, reassuring myself that my enticements were in place. I would have to be judicious with my bribes or risk running out of treats before arriving at our destination. My knife would enable me to offer new slices of apple along the way. For the past 2 mornings, I had spent time with Persephone, grooming her, talking to her, and allowing her to grow accustomed to my presence, to my scent, and the sound of my voice. She did not trust easily, just as Elizabeth had said. When I arrived that day and found her standing alone in the paddock, she watched me warily, her ears flickering. Nodding to my small audience, I received waves of encouragement, but overheard one of the boys wagering against me. I turned my full attention to the mare. Softly and soothingly, I talked to her, doing my best to put her at ease as I opened the gate. "Darcy!" The loud voice of the man I had worked so hard to avoid boomed behind me. My shoulders bunched up toward my ears. It might have been a herd of elephants behind me for all the care Richard took to soften his step. How had I not heard him approach? "There you are!" proclaimed Bingley triumphantly, as though he had found a lost stray. I silently cursed this unwanted company.
then shushed them and cast a warning glare at the boys chuckling on the other side of the fence. Persephone watched me closely. I was sure she had seen the halter. If I did not do something quickly, she would lie down and make it impossible for me to budge her. Swiftly, I pulled Elizabeth's handkerchief from my pocket and held it out to her nose. I was not sure she would pick up on Elizabeth's scent. She was not a dog, after all, but I would be remiss if I did not try every tool at my disposal. My conscience rationalized my continued possession of the pilfered item as being indispensable for this particular endeavor. It was an honorable use, far more justifiable than taking comfort in the softness of the square in my pocket or pressing the soft fabric against my face to catch the smell of Elizabeth's rose water on it. To my delight, the mare took a step in my direction. Encouraged, I backed toward the opening of the paddock, holding the handkerchief in front of her nose all the while. When she stretched forward to get a good sniff, I slipped the halter over her ears, holding the leading rope loosely between us. The onlookers uttered respectful murmurs of praise for me when she did not pull against me or step away. I led her out of the paddock and continued down the path that would take me to Longbourn. Just as Mr. Gray's estate disappeared behind a dip in the hilly pasture, and I became confident my plan would succeed, the horse planted her hooves in the mud and refused to take another step. To my chagrin, Richard and Bingley had chosen to show their support by trailing behind us, occasionally uttering a useless bit of encouragement. "They can conquer who believe they can," called Richard. "You think a quote from Virgil will inspire the horse to move?" I asked. "Why not? She follows the scent of Miss Elizabeth's handkerchief like a dog on a scent. How did you snatch that pretty little memento anyway, Darcy?" I gritted my teeth together, refusing to reply. Bingley raised his finger in the air with a gasp. "I have it. Who was it that said he speaks Italian to God, French to women?" No, you've got it all wrong, Bingley. It is Spanish to God, Italian to women, French to men, and, to Richard's voice, Bingley added in unison, German to my horse. "Charles V," Richard said with a bow. I stared at them. "You want me to speak German to the horse?" Bingley shrugged. "It cannot hurt." "Do you know any German?" I asked, looking at a blank Bingley. Richard raised his hands when I looked at him. "Oh, now follow, animal." "That's not German." "Just trying to be helpful." "I wish you would stop." I tugged on the halter once, twice. On the third attempt, I dropped my voice and said, "Guten Morgen, Fräulein." Persephone did not move. I looked about, calculating the distance to Longbourn. If my conclusion was correct, we were about 1/3 of the way there, close enough to pull out the first apple. The mare reached forward to snatch it out of my hand, but I deflected her nose with my arm. "Clever girl, but no, you must earn your treat." Pulling my knife out of my boot, I quartered the apple. Holding a slice in front of her, she took a few steps, which I rewarded with the juicy piece. This worked well. As judicious as I was in paring out her incentive, we still had not reached Longbourn when I ran out of apples to slice. I had hoped she might recognize her surroundings and not need additional encouragement to continue. Regrettably, no amount of waving Elizabeth's handkerchief in front of her nostrils or whispers of German greetings inspired her to move. I knew what I had to do, but given my present company, I was disinclined to do it. In my conversations with Elizabeth, she had revealed a secret that no doubt set her apart from everyone else who attempted to ride the stubborn mare. I had spent most of the previous 3 nights attempting to recall enough to perform the skill competently. Richard and Bingley silently waited, proving themselves to be absolutely useless. Smoke curled from a chimney in the distance. In all likelihood, it came from Longbourn's parlour. I was close enough to smell it. Tugging on the reins once more, I begged the mare to comply and spare me the need to humiliate myself lower than my pride could bear in front of these 2 witnesses who would callously mock me. Another tug, another plea. Both met with a staunch refusal to budge. I took another look at the smoke, imagining I saw the top of Longbourn's chimney stack, and summoned my courage. Taking a deep breath, I sang the only song whose lyrics I could confidently recall. It was the song Georgiana's nurse sang every night to put my baby sister to sleep. Slumber, dear maid. Richard guffawed, but I continued. Green boughs will cover thee. The mare took a step forward. Richard howled. Bingley was too polite to laugh aloud, though I could see him struggling against Richard's influence. Cometh breathe over thee where thou art laid. Slumber, dear maid. I sang, more confident now with the horse walking at a brisk clip. Perhaps she was as eager as I was to reach her destination and put an end to my serenade. When the song ended, I repeated it. Longbourn finally came into view, to my immense relief. I continued my song all the way to the side of the house, where I hoped Elizabeth would be seated by the window. There was a flurry of movement behind the glass, and I saw her hop closer to press her fingers against the pane. Our eyes met. For a glorious moment, she directed her happiness toward me, and not the gift I had brought her. My heart swelled in my chest. Finally, I had brought Elizabeth a gift worthy of the sentiments I felt for her. And while she was clearly delighted to have her precious horse returned to Longbourn's stables, she smiled at me. She reached up to her cheek, swiping her fingers over her skin. Without a thought, I held her handkerchief up toward her. She did not seem to realize it was hers, but Mrs. Bennet, who stood beside her, surely did. She clasped her hands together at her bosom, swayed in place, and said something that changed the way Elizabeth looked at me. Chapter 17. I stood rooted in place for heaven knows how long, a stupid grin pulling my lips upward and my eyes seeing only the lady I hoped to marry, standing in the window.
Oh, Mr. Darcy, how happy we are to see you!
I blinked to see Mrs. Bennet tugging Mr. Bennet over to me, talking all the while.
You know how welcome you have always been at Longbourn.
Mr. Bennet cast me a wry smile. As are Colonel Fitzwilliam and Mr. Bingley. Only then did his wife notice my companions, and my pride did a satisfied little jig. Richard would torment me for years about my conduct this morning, but I no longer cared. The reward far surpassed the embarrassment I had endured. Elizabeth still watched me, her hand pressed against the glass. If she asked me, I would sing another verse. Mrs. Bennet led Richard and Bingley inside the house, and Elizabeth's mare allowed the stable boy to lead her to her stall, leaving Mr. Bennet alone with me. There was an awkward pause. I was about to make the suggestion that we join the others, but he remarked, I pray you never have a daughter, Mr. Darcy. I stood mute beside him, not knowing what to say at the implication of his statement. He gestured at the window where his favourite daughter sat watching us, though my cousin no doubt was doing his best to distract her, and continued, One look at you with her large, pleading eyes, and she will have her pony, and whatever else her heart desires. He looked at me directly, and I saw his heart breaking. I could not apologize for wishing to take his daughter away, but I would not add to his sorrow by admitting as much aloud right then. Mr. Bennet sniffed and dabbed his eyes.
It does a man good to make a fool of himself over a woman.
I grimaced.
Humility suits you, Mr. Darcy.
I hoped so. But was it enough? I did not expect I had won Elizabeth's heart in less than a week, but I would be satisfied with her improved opinion. Mr. Bennet sighed, his voice gravelly.
Promise me, sir. Swear to me you will never stop wooing my daughter. Not even after you have been married for years.
He swallowed hard.
Mrs. Bennet used to look at me the way Lizzie is looking at you at this moment.
He shook his head.
Somewhere along the years, I stopped trying to please her. I stopped doing the little things I had done as her suitor. Since the flower arrangement arrived for my wife with my name on the card, sent from a florist in London completely unfamiliar to me, she has not suffered one fit of nerves. She is more attentive to her daughters. The peace I have enjoyed in my household in this short time is nothing short of miraculous.
I bit my tongue, though had I not suspected as much, I would pummel Richard later.
I have allowed my wife to credit me with your thoughtfulness. To tell her otherwise would crush her.
Pray do not spoil her pleasure if it can be avoided.
I will do as you ask, which is what Colonel Fitzwilliam suggested in his note. But I must express my gratitude to you for awakening me from my neglect.
What did Richard say? Perhaps my interfering cousin might be spared his well-deserved thrashing.
He explained your predicament, not wanting to surpass Mr. Bingley's flowers to Janey. I can only hope Mr. Bingley's other friends are as thoughtful as you, as he seems to be a gentleman who is easily influenced.
So long as he surrounds himself with good people, he will fare well.
I agree, and I aim to be such a person. To that end, I have written to my brother-in-law in London to recommend a governess to teach my younger daughters the proper deportment and accomplishments ladies of their station ought to possess.
My relief was immense. I could imagine nothing worse than having to cover up a compromise between Wickham and Miss Lydia that would otherwise attach that blackguard to my family by marriage.
Lizzie knows.
Heart lurching to a stop, I tried to comprehend Mr. Bennet's meaning. She knows?
That the flowers were selected by you and meant for her.
My triumph deflated. Nothing I have done for her has gone according to plan.
Nevertheless, your suit has been most effective.
I scoffed. He raised a finger.
Only last month she claimed there was no gentleman in the kingdom she despised more than you.
My heart fell.
And yet, here we are.
He turned away from me to the window. Elizabeth beckoned us inside with a wave and a beguiling smile. She might have been gesturing mostly for her father, but my heart soared. Mr. Bennet clasped his hands behind his back with a faint chuckle and walked toward the house. I called after him, "Do you think... is it possible that—" I let my question trail off unfinished, not because words failed me, but because I had already caused him enough anguish for one day. He spun around, and the deep breath he took was one of resignation.
You have much to learn yet, Mr. Darcy. But from what I have seen, I believe you are up to the task.
When I walked into the parlour and Elizabeth greeted me with a warmth directed exclusively at me, I realized that when Mr. Bennet had spoken of her heart's desire, he was referring to me. My apprenticeship had begun. I was Elizabeth's student, and I humbly threw myself into the lifelong pursuit of learning how to be, today and always, the gentleman of her heart. Epilogue. 10 years later. A happily married gentleman in pursuit of a moment alone with his beloved wife never wasted an opportunity to steal her away. Tonight, on our 10th wedding anniversary, a date Elizabeth and I shared with Bingley and Jane, it had pleased Mrs. Bennet to arrange a ball at Netherfield Park to celebrate the occasion. It did not please me at all. All 5 of her daughters, each one of them settled with growing families of their own, were in attendance. Bingley's sisters were there as well, as bored with their company as they had ever been. Wickham would not be present tonight. His welcome had worn out 10 years earlier when Lydia refused to acknowledge him in Meryton on a busy market day. He had tried to overcome her ostracism with his charm, a mistake she made him regret when she vociferously raked him over the coals for thinking he could woo her without once giving her a flower or a sweetmeat. This public proclamation that he was a poor lover by one as young as Lydia Bennet was the first nail in the coffin of Wickham's freedom. Nobody in Meryton missed him when his regiment was reassigned to Newcastle, nor could he count on a fresh start with an untarnished reputation once he arrived there. He had too many debts to pay, many of them owed to the soldiers with whom he was obliged to travel. My path crossed with Mr. Bennet, who carried 2 flutes of champagne. "One for me, one for Mrs. Bennet," he explained. With a glance at my miserable expression, he chuckled and pointed to the ballroom. "I saw Lizzie go that way not 5 minutes ago." Grateful for his direction, I stepped into the cacophony. Elizabeth was surrounded by laughter, so much so that I knew I could not extricate her from her friends without provoking an uprising of complaint. Still, while her companions recovered from one of her witty comments, her eyes searched over the crowd. My heart swelled in my chest, because I knew she searched for me. Our eyes met, and she watched me approach, her smile making my pulse race. When I gained her side, I leaned down to whisper in her ear, "I fancy a book." Her eyebrow arched in understanding, and I departed before I could be detained. The door to the library was ajar. I did not wait 5 minutes when Elizabeth joined me, closing the door behind her. "Mr. Darcy," she teased, walking into my open arms. She leaned against me, and I held her, as I had longed to do all evening. She sighed. "The next time my mother wants to help us celebrate our anniversary, I will suggest she keep the children for a week while we go wherever we please." I smiled, pleased with the turn the evening had taken. We swayed in the moonlight until she stepped out of my arms with another sigh. "I would rather stay here, but we should not neglect our guests." I had known she would react that way, would put her family's feelings above her own wishes. I loved her even more for it. However, the children were in the care of their nanny and should be asleep in the nursery with their cousins. I was not one to waste an opportunity to spend this time with my wife. Mrs. Bennet and Bingley would understand. Your mother and Bingley were born for entertaining. Let them. I do not wish to seem ungrateful. They have worked so hard to mark the occasion. I nodded and gestured toward the door. It took all my self-control to keep from grinning like a fool. With a self-sacrificing sigh, she tugged on the latch. It did not budge. I heard her gasp and pull again. Spinning around with a sparkle brighter than the stars in the sky, she laughed. "It is stuck." I tisked. I guess Bingley never got around to fixing that old lock. What are we to do? A wicked grin spread over her lips. I have a few ideas. In a step, she was in my arms again, her chin tilting up and her breath caressing my skin. 10 years of marriage, and she still sent delicious shivers down my spine. But I, too, had learned a thing or two in the last decade. Now that I had Elizabeth all to myself, I set out to show her what a diligent student I had been. The end. You have been listening to Once Upon a Compromise by Jennifer Joy, read by Harry Frost. Text and production copyright 2025 by Jennifer Joy.
Thank you for staying. Now, I told you that I would tell you what inspired the wooing scene, so that's what we're gonna do, because they're my favorites and they're inspired by the people that I love in my life. The Turkish delights were inspired by my husband. When we were first getting to know each other, he was smart enough to ask what I was looking for. So I was happily single at the time, so I set the bar pretty high. I told him that he would need to be a great cook. His answer, I'm a chef. And he was. He's still a great cook. And the Turkish delights themselves, I only tried them recently for the first time. My mom sent for a box for our 23rd wedding anniversary. 23 years later, and my husband is still cooking, and we're still happily married, so I'd say it worked out pretty good. The flowers, though, those came from my dad. When Dad was first dating my mom, he drove a chip truck. His day started early and he drove long hours. One morning he spotted a field of daisies, and he had learned that daisies were my mom's favorite flower. So he found a spot to pull over his big rig with his big old trailer on that narrow highway, and he picked her a large fistful of cheerful, perky daisies. The trouble was that he couldn't very well drive his truck through the residential area where she lived to her apartment, so they had to wait until the end of the day. Now, after several hours of being jostled about in the cab of his truck, the flowers didn't look as impressive as they had when he had first picked them. But that didn't matter to Mom. They were the most perfect flowers she'd ever been given, and even when he later got her prettier flowers from the florist, she still preferred those daisies that he picked her from his truck in that field. She still swoons every time she tells that story, and so do I. And then there's the horse. Fans of the 1995 series will recognize Mary Bennet's cringe-worthy performance of Slumber Dear Maid. I just couldn't resist the nod. But the real inspiration was, again, my husband. He sang to our twins every night, only he didn't know any lullabies, so he just made them up. There's something so tender about a person being willing to be a little silly and vulnerable just to bring comfort to a small little person or to a distrusting horse. That's what I wanted for Darcy in that scene. The lengths our people will go to for the ones that they love. And now you know how real life inspired this story. Do you have any stories like that? A gesture that didn't quite go according to plan, but that has become a treasured memory ever since? I'd love to hear about it. Please write about it in the comments. If you enjoyed Once Upon a Compromise, then please like this video and subscribe to my channel so you don't miss the next one. And if you'd like to stay in touch, I send a monthly newsletter. The link is down in the description below. If you've listened this far, I kind of think that you'll fit right in there. Until the next audiobook, bye.